And then it's the vampire spawnling's turns.
Yep.
Oh
Yes,
shit!
it is.
Yeah, it is. I'm gonna mute because I'm about to speak.
Above board. I'm just making sure. Would Holston not know about the whole electric thing? Because you mentioned it when everyone left last time.
Everybody would have known about it. Like,
What about
you
electricity?
Holston would know that electricity does keep these things down, like the holy.
Oh,
So you know how you're switching through
Get
all your
ready to get
elements?
zapped.
Electricity is the one. Yep.
yeah. I was just seeing which one did some stuff, but I'll stick with electricity. It looks cool going up my arms.
Mm-hmm. Just wanted to get that out of the way right at the beginning, just in case it was. So there's no like, I don't say something out loud and it be like metagamey.
It literally was stated as a thing from Gideon to the
Yeah, no,
group.
just again, it was just making sure, clarification of what was mentioned. So
I didn't remember it, so
Good job.
I'm so glad somebody said something.
Yeah.
I'll keep with electricity.
Okay.
Thank you, Francis.
that's why I wanted to say it out loud and make sure it was above board and not metagamey.
Fine.
Okay.
My
So-
voice will break several times.
Do not worry. It is badness.
I'm watching the live stream as we speak, so I'm keeping track with it.
Oh, hey, you're allowed to watch it now.
I mean, I usually can, but I mean, like, I will be driving here soon, so I can't pay attention to it then.
Oh, I thought like you watching the live stream and you disconnected from voice chat or something. I don't know.
No, that was way before on my other phone. I've been able to for a long time. It's just normally I'm driving.
He's got a big boy phone now.
Oh shit, I would have been
Yep.
streaming a lot more then.
I mean, I don't watch it during like role play moments. During combat, I try to.
Yeah. Oh, good. We got more coming up to the left there.
What?
Right behind you,
Oof.
Olsen.
That is
No!
Go.
Holtz is gonna turn around and scream.
Ah! Shit! Fuck! Shit! Fuck!
Fuck, shit.
It's just mostly Travis.
Alright. So, let's start from left to right of the biz that's going to go down. First of all, this is going to go against Gideon. Flowers.
Whoever's laughing is laughing so loud.
Yeah, unfortunate.
It's just a creepy side effect.
That's a 23.
We'll just say it's the vampire spawn laughing as they attack Gideon.
I think it's a Spider-Man.
Spooderman?
Let the vampire spawn's turn!
Yeah, but I want a spider to be creepier.
Just like that's
Yeah.
a fucking like it's on a clown nose.
Already a caterpillar man. He's creepy enough.
True.
No, we upgraded him from
He does not need.
We upgraded from caterpillar to spider because we all see the spider now.
16
that
hit kitty. No.
That just misses.
So 17 is Gideon's AC.
Right,
Good to know in the
everyone
future, in case.
Kill him.
Yeah,
Quickly, Halson, do
currently
fireball.
17.
I can do too many fireballs.
So do too many fireballs, yes. 7. So -4 from the temp HP, and then -3 to the actual health. Alright, this is to Lovely Bellows. That is
Oh.
a natural one.
I said no.
Said nay.
How bad is it?
Do they miss the next attack? Do they miss the next attack?
We'll have to see who they attack them. Themselves. Okay.
Oh, good, good, good. Bella's just so imposing, she's got to take herself out.
Technically, this is half damage, weirdly enough. So it takes 4. Then second attack.
No.
No. No, it does not
Bella's is just very imposing.
attack against this turret. That's a 24.
I thought they weren't focusing on it because I didn't miss last turn.
They're not hyper focused on it. This one's still there. Right
Okay.
next to the turret.
That's fine. It should still have plenty of HP to survive a round. It has 18 AC.
So
I hit.
to it. I mean, yes, a 24 does hit the 18 AC. Minus 7. And then second attack.
Oh no, it's gone.
20. So it's currently gone. Let's just see how much damage that was. That was 14 points of slashing. Now that
I think
that thing is gone.
It's gone?
Yeah, it was already hurt.
It took 21 points of damage, so. Or 20.
It had total of 35, so if it took 14, yeah, that's enough.
Mm-hmm. So, where is this?
Just put it off to the side. I'm going to bring it back.
So, I am going to roll a 1d4. Where this spawn's gonna go. 1 Gideon, 2 Kier, 3 Bellows, 4 Zark. Two, so it's gonna go towards Kier. Doesn't have any attacks, but you know. Next person up is the one right in front of Kier. 12. 17.
18 AC.
Here?
18 AC.
Okay. And then 20.
Well, I just tied for it to miss.
You
I got the wing thing.
Mm-hmm. So with the wing thing is 20. Yeah, it goes past 21.
Actually, I think it meets. Trying to see if I got anything else I can do to buff it. No, Zara's not close enough. Nope, there's nothing I can do.
So it meets.
Mm-hmm.
Doing 8 points of slashing. And now it's Belos' turn.
Don't forget the one I'm on top of.
Yep. Fucking wrecked.
Oh, you are right. You are correct. Let's just move this one back here. Which gets 1.
Oddly enough, fire didn't kill it for some reason. Even though I'm pretty sure vampires are vulnerable to fire, but whatever.
They are not.
Hmm.
There are actually no vulnerabilities except for certain attack. So only one more. Another 8. It is Bellis' turn.
Okay. So can I? I'm not moving. I'm just trying to see who's hurt. Okay, so I'm gonna try to kill this one first. That's super hurt, and just try to get her off the field.
Yeah, she also has a +3 in fire damage. The thing's on fire.
Oh yeah, I gotta make a con save.
No, she did it when I triggered the pain, not on her turn.
No. So she's fine for right now. Is when Francis triggers it.
Oh, okay. So it's a plus what in fire damage?
+3.
Okay. So the one in front of her is 1 halberd? 15?
That hits.
16?
Yep.
Okay, so that's +3 in fire.
So that is 7. That's a total of 10. Technically, that is having the 7 and then
They dead down.
they're not down yet.
Okay. And next, it's gonna be the one across that's next to her. Not in front of her.
Okay.
This
That
does not hit. And then with a bonus action, she is going to smack down the one in front of her again. Well,
misses.
that's fine. That's okay. Gideon, kill it.
All right. Gallon's turn. On the start of your turn, I need you to make me a wisdom save.
Okay.
I got this.
No, I don't.
Well,
Would you
that
like
ain't
to
too
use
good.
your inspiration that you had, or
Yeah.
You about to get 8.
Okay.
No, this is to see if he starts turning feral.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that would have been it. I was thinking like the bardic inspiration, but you know
Fine.
that works too.
That's fine.
You may continue your turn as normal.
Okay.
This man clutches.
I am. And you know, I didn't want to use it in this fight. But I'm gonna. Cause man,
Don't forget
That's-
Holston, you're in Spider as well.
that's
Yes, I know. I'm aware because I'm gonna be running from ladies in a minute.
bad. So I'm gonna use Form of Dread.
Okay.
Ooh. What does
Yep.
it look like?
Yeah, what does Holston see? Lichen?
You see the crippling, like the crawling miasma of black and crimson twist upon him as the Black Knight armor forms as he goes pale and becomes more monstrous. Getting that lovely 6 temp.
7. It's
7.
+1.
One because you're level.
Yep. And with that, I am going to I'm going to use my action to try to break out.
Okay. So, as it was stated before,
I have a question.
Yes.
When Form of Dread happens, don't they have to make a wisdom save?
No, it's when I hit him.
Oh, okay.
I've
I
had
was just
that.
making sure, because I looked at it, when he said something about it because I thought it was an interesting thing.
That does not break it unless you have inspiration.
I do the D8. This is important.
Let's go.
I can't
That
get
breaks it.
Thank God. Well, running away, getting hit again, getting grappled again.
Sounds bad.
Does sound bad.
Well, there's a lovely little thing called Tasha's Mind Whip that Travis did, which he can't use a reaction.
Run away.
Oh, yeah, I'm fucking running. I remember that now. Fuck.
Now it's just Zara.
Alright. That's my turn.
Can you zoom in a little bit, Akir? I can't see where Galen ran to.
Yeah, I am next to him now. Actually, I'd like to be here. I still want to be close to him. In case he tries to run at anybody else.
Alright. Francisco.
Actually, can I move somewhere else?
Sure.
I want to move. Alright.
Alright.
Yeah, you can move somewhere else. Where you want
Yeah.
to move.
I want to move here. I'm fine being with range of the spawn. That's cool.
Alright. On the spot directly beneath Galen, I'm going to use a first level spell slot and resummon my turret.
Okay. Move turn back into position.
Mm-hmm. And then I am going to do a bonus action pulse with mist effect on the two, or any that are within 10 feet.
That would be the one below and next to Bellows.
Mm-hmm.
Because he moved his position to one space above and also across from the spawn that's right next to you and Bellows.
Alright. Actually, go ahead and put it one lower and then do it, so I can get that other one that's fighting Akir.
You'd have to move it one lower and one to the side.
No, because it's within 10 feet.
Yes.
So one lower should do it, right?
It's not encompassing, but like the little bit of the square.
Oh, well, in that case, don't worry about it. If I can get at least two and then whatnot, so yeah. And then, just shield pulse for everyone in the affected area.
Yeah. You can get 3 and down and over.
Let's do that.
And
Remember to give this thing its health again.
I shall give it back its health. Like it deserves it. Just kidding. 35 HP. Back up.
Yep.
Alright.
And I believe that's Francis's turn.
Alright. It's now Gideon's turn. Gideon.
You didn't roll for the shielded pulse.
That is correct. I apologize.
I'm so sad. I'm just outside of the range.
I'm sorry.
It's
You do
okay.
act before
means
the
that-
spawn, though, right?
Shield pulse.
Yes.
Total of 5.
Ah.
I will add 1 to Bellows.
Woohoo! I still have more.
Funny, scary. 10 HP. Alrighty then.
Bellows doesn't like this form of dread either.
She's
At least she was prepared for it. You know, because she was told.
She's a wee bit busy.
Last. She was told last. She's never going to forget that ever.
Francis honestly thought he was. So,
Going to
they're both kind of in the same boat.
plus. That's going to hit this spawn right here. It takes 2d6 plus 1d4 as it is stabbed through the chest.
Oof.
And is technically and officially dead. Going to move down this way. Roll one more time. Gonna do great weapon on this one. So -5. You win some, you lose some. That is Gideon. Okay, sure. All right. It is now Holson's turn. As you are keenly aware, you're about to get sandwiched.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Wholesome, being a little scared, is going to take 2 shots at this one
That one, okay.
with electrical energy.
Electrical energy.
Let's see. We got 1 and 2. No,
hits.
probably not.
Yep. That hits. So.
And it'll be 11 electrical.
Yep. As you see your construct, like magical construct of bolting lightning, pierce as it starts to twitch and screech.
Gross. Okay. She's just gonna be like, okay. And then she's just, oh no, blued. I don't. 5, 10, 15, 20.
Mm-hmm.
And then blue's gonna hold an action. Or if one of those little creepy fuckers gets over here.
All right. Holding that action.
That's my turn.
That is your turn. All right. On its next turn, it must choose whether it gets a move, an action, or a bonus action. It's only one of the 3. So, it's gonna choose move. Two. And yeah, it's gonna be right there. Akir.
Ooh, okay, I'm gonna flame blade the bottom one.
Flame blade bottom one. Okay.
25
100% hits.
for 11 slashing. Oh, nope. Ignore that one. 2 fire, and then the one next to her takes 8 fire.
Slashing, 2 fire. 13. And this one takes 8. Minus 8.
And then I'll get a metallic breath weapon this one.
All right. Unless it gets a natural 20, it's gonna get popped down again.
Must make.
It is popped down again.
Well, no, metallic breath weapon doesn't deal damage.
Oh, it does not. What does
No,
it do?
it's a strength saving throw. It's either a strength or con save, depending on which one I choose, or something happens. I chose a strength save.
Strength save? Okay. So 11 plus 3, so 14.
Nothing happens.
Okay.
But it would have been the push one, which would have pushed her 20 feet and knocked her prone.
Ah. That's a good one.
Oh well, Zara's gonna bitch slap her with lightning.
Bitch slap that motherfucker with lightning. Do it, Zara. 100% goes straight through the chest, Kali Ma style, as this thing is dead.
Also, Gallon,
Hmm?
you get 7.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
That's what I got.
Travis, not.
Also,
lightning,
Lycan, you weren't here for it, but if I sound tired, it's not because I'm not interested. It's because I am exhausted after working for so long.
I get it. After hearing Holson be like, "Oh no," takes a step down. Let's see what we got here.
Come on, Travis, let's run over here.
He is going to use a 4th level spell. And juts out his arcane focus. As you see golden rays of light start to intertwine, making a rough-hewn shape of a form as it solidifies. As he uses Summon Construct. Which range is 90 feet. It's gonna just pop that bitch right there. And he is currently concentrating on it. Let's just do this. Little ghost. Goes immediately after his turn. And it is going to be it is a metal body. So a creature that touches the construct or hits it with a melee attack while within 5 feet, that takes 1d10 fire. Cool. How much HP does it have? That is a actual sizable amount of HP. I'm kind of jelly. Alright. Attack spell modifier. So +8. So this thing is going to try and slam down on the not so healthy Vampire. That misses via 12. And then misses via 14. And he's gonna just bop, 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 bop. Because it be like that sometimes. Alright. Vampire Spawn. They're aware of this thing being a construct. And it didn't actually hit them. That was a spell, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Dash 5, 10, 15. Getting there, and this thing does get an attack of opportunity. So we shall see.
Blue also gets a smacker.
Does indeed. That is a miss.
Here comes my boy.
15, 20, 25, 30. Then dash 5, 10, 15, 20. Going after Bellows. Because Big Red got a lot of blood. And got a lot of anger.
That's why your skin's so red.
Yeah. They cannot attack this turn.
I am going to smack that one that just ran up here.
Please do.
So, bloop. Well,
That's a natural one.
he's tried his best. Here, hold on. I'll roll my D100. It just misses.
Cool.
Blue
All right.
reaches out. He doesn't quite grasp anything.
So we got this lovely one going to attack with that one against Bellows.
Okay.
Those
Okay.
6,
3.
7. So another 3.
Okay.
Temp HP.
So that is 44.
Are you not doing it on the token?
I thought I did. I might have just changed Francis's to 44. Don't mind me.
This is still 45.
Oopsies.
Yeah. It looks like hers is at
71.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. I realized that once I was like, 44 just seems a little too low.
Alright. Bottom one going to attack Kier. This side one is going to attack Gideon. So this against Gideon. That hits. And that hits against Gideon. Bam. Bam. So technically he got that 5 temp. So he got a total of 9 physical damage done to him. Big time. And against Kier for the bottom one. 2.
Yep.
And yeah.
Yeah, I use my wings against the first one, so only one hits me.
Okay. So only one hits you. One hits you for 7. That is the spawns. Now it is Belos' turn.
Oh boy, here she goes. She'll be smacking this one. Since Galen is actively engaged with it. 1, 2. Bonus attack.
So 2 of those hit.
Do I get to add the fire damage to this one as well?
The fire damage did not get triggered last round.
Okay. That's fine.
So it is to this one, correct?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, so total 8, 4. So total 8. All
Turn
right.
best. She does not have a magic weapon.
It happens though. All right, Galen.
Kill it.
All right. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yep. Which do I attack? Bells can handle that.
Can she?
If literally anybody, yes.
We gotta get Bella some magical weapon.
I
What
could
can
make
do?
her weapon magical. I just wasn't expecting it to be a problem this early.
Usually isn't.
Usually.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's your boy.
Yeah.
He took a chunk out of you.
Yeah, he did. All right.
All right. Leaving
Huh?
your attack of opportunity.
Yep.
Is at disadvantage because Bellows.
Yes.
So that misses.
Cool.
I do my best for my people.
Nope.
That does not hit. That does hit.
Okay. Gonna pull a little bit of spice into this one.
A little spice in it.
Mm-hmm.
Show me about Tony's.
And he is an undead, so that plus that.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
21.
Minus 21. Don't like that.
Yeah, I bet he didn't.
Nope, did not like it. Alright. Francisco.
Oh wait, it needs to make a wisdom save.
It does need to make a wisdom save.
That's scary.
11.
Oh my god, it fails!
Technically
Run
fails.
away!
It's afraid!
It's afraid indeed. After biting into your neck and seeing all this stuff and then seeing these blessing of fear. Gonna go with that.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Now, It is just feared. Does not make it have to run away.
Oh, I know.
So. Alright, Francis. You got 2 vampires spawn right on you.
Alright, but they're focusing on Bellows, right?
Focusing on Bellows.
By the way, did the spawn were the spawns that are affected? Did they go after the turret?
They did not. That is on my bad. They will go after the turret.
All right. Just for the next turn, I guess they're triggered by the turret. But in that case, what I will go ahead and do. How tall is the ceiling? It's right. It's 10 foot, right?
Yeah, it's right below 10 feet.
All right. And bonus or kinetic jaunt is a bonus action, correct?
Looking at your spells, kinetic jaunt. I do not see it on your spells.
I don't think I put it on my roll 20 yet. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let us look at your D&D Beyond.
That's on me.
Kinetic jaunt. Spells. Kinetic jaunt is a bonus action, yes.
Alright, that's just in case. Alright, how's everyone's temp HP looking?
Most
Bella's
of it's gone.
Gideon's, it's gone.
They're all gone.
Yeah, they're all gone.
Alright, so what I'm gonna go ahead and do, I have 2 directly on me, temp HP. I still should have full because I haven't been touched yet.
Nope, not yet.
That's me. Not yet, but it'll happen. Got that big guy staring at me with a ugly mug. I don't want to be too close, but I have a lot I need to do. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, is there any way I can position the turret to get everyone?
No.
No.
Alright,
Travis and Polson would be still out of reach.
alright, well, I gave Akir and your secret servant one last turn, so I'm gonna have to cycle because I gotta try and spread it around as much as I can.
Paulson didn't even get hit.
Travis hasn't been hit yet.
That's
Hit.
And they are currently fighting one spawn.
it's all purely preventative. That's the thing though. I just got a lot going on and she's being
I
targeted.
don't technically need it. Me and Travis are okay.
I think
No.
Akira needs it.
I need it.
Alright,
Yeah.
since you said it, I'll go ahead and do a shield pulse.
Alright. Doing the shield pulse.
And keeping the same ones
8.
so that way Akir, and since it messed up last turn, they're still gonna be aggroed this turn to the turret, right?
Yes, they will be. That is
Alright. Again, I'm really worried about that big guy, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and dismount off of Bellows onto the ceiling, and then I'm gonna move 10 feet back.
You may be not able to reach
Well-
the ceiling.
Well, that's what I was asking. It's 10 foot, right?
You're 10 foot. You'd have to jump off of Bellows.
And I have a strength of 19, so
Yeah, you have a strength of 19.
That
so
is
I
not-
mean using this. What was that?
Using the jump thing is 3 plus your strength mod, which is 7, which is not 10 feet up, but
But I'm on Bellows. It's up to you, Lycan.
Semantics aside, I think you'd be able to jump it.
Alright. Thank you, Lycan. And then I'll go ahead and move to a position where I'm not going to trigger an attack of opportunity, but further away from the centipede guy.
You will trigger at least one.
I can't look. Like if I go at a diagonal,
No, well, no. The moment you jump, you're triggering an attack of opportunity from the vampire spawns.
I would still be within 5 feet of them, though.
No.
Technically, you're moving away. You're technically wanting to move down one space. You wouldn't have an attack of opportunity. You move any more than that, there will be an attack of opportunity.
Hold on.
Seeing as you still have 12 temporary HP, just take it.
It's just hard for me to see. Fine. Yeah, that's fine. Go for it.
Okay.
It's because I can't look at the map right now. I'm driving.
Yeah. So how many feet would you like to go? 10 or movement?
How far away from the big guy do you want to be? Do you want to be 10 feet away from him? 5 feet away from him?
I will be. You know what? I'll trigger both. I'll go 10 feet.
You're technically 10 feet out of his reach.
So he wants to be 10 feet away from him. So
20 feet out of his reach. So you want to move this way. 10 feet back. I'm guessing that's decent.
Oh, yeah, I don't think you're close enough to trigger his attack of opportunity.
You are 5 feet too far to trigger his.
Yeah, so you only get one from the vampire spawn.
Mm-hmm.
I thought there was 2 vampire spawn. Again, I can't see. I'm sorry.
There was, but the one vampire spawn was triggered by Gallon.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, so yeah, I'll just take the one and get as far away from as I can.
It rolled an 8.
It rolled an 8.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool. Don't have to do anything. So yeah, get away from that, and that will be my turn. I'm on the ceiling.
You are currently on the ceiling. I shall put a symbol. It's fucking. They're 10. 2. All right. Gideon. Gonna try again for this hidden. He's not gonna do anything super fancy. Like the last time. Just trying to hit these fuckers.
Wait, I didn't use my action, right?
No, you just bonus action thing.
I was gonna cure wounds, Gallon.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
So, first level?
Yes.
Cure wounds. For a total of 10.
Oh boy.
Alright.
Looking a bit better.
Okay. So, he hits. On that one. So 2d6. 5. So 9, 14. Minus 14. Roll again. That is a natural 1. 2. Ooh. That is a 98. That is a crit himself, go prone and immediately end his turn. See you. That is 4d6 plus 2d4. 5. That is 17. So 17 minus 8. You're right. 14. So that's 19. So minus 11. And his temp HP is all gone. And he is now prone. As he gets misted in the eyes, as well as like scratched in the eyes of retaliation for first strike. Also, I also have to make it constant.
Oh boy. Ooh, this person's a little too close to me. Hmm.
He holds concentration for divine fate. Okay.
I don't like
Alright.
how close this person is to me. That's fine. I will not do Eldritch Blast because they're too fucking close.
Mm-hmm.
So, stab.
Stab. Stab.
I will, yeah, stab. Actually, different thing. Never mind, it's not prepared. So, I am going to, yeah, just stab.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That hits.
get wrecked.
That also hits.
So, 19.
Good shit.
Get wrecked, lady. And I'm going to read up on a spell. So, continue. Blute's going to hold his attack. I don't have any bonus actions that I need at the time.
Okay. It is now this big guy's turn.
Dear trail.
What he gonna do?
Unseen. I'm going to go after the big guy in about 2 seconds. Yeah.
Okay. I need Francis to roll me a wisdom saving throw, and it is at advantage because you guys are in combat.
But being a gnome, he gets to make it an advantage anyways.
So yeah, doesn't really matter.
Straight wisdom save. Roll for him because he can't.
It is, well, it's at advantage, not disadvantage.
Oh.
So, did you do
16.
the DC is 17?
Boo.
Would you like to use a reroll?
Wait, so what's the DC?
I think
17.
you're being charmed.
Yeah, I'll use it.
Okay.
8.
8.
Damn.
Well, that's annoying.
Someone's charmed.
Alright. You do not see this monster's visage, this form. You see what lies underneath. Their true self. A long lost acquaintance. And valued friend. You may repeat the saving throw if each time the vampire or the vampire's companions do anything harmful to the target. So, specifically, you. The target is charmed by the regards of the vampire as a trusted friend, to be heeded and protected. Although the target isn't under the vampire's control, it takes the vampire's request or actions in the most favorable way it can, and is a willing target for the vampire's bite. So, as you see these eyes glare at you through the dark, and you see them soften, you hear, "Please, my friend. These savages. Protect me from them." So that's its turn.
Woo.
As it is going to just move a little bit. Yeah, right there. Okay.
What was the ruling? What did you change with counter charm?
They can instantly make another save, and it is still at an advantage. It just, uses their reaction.
Okay, I want to do that, but do I even know that he's charmed?
What is your passive insight?
Hey, I'm actually proficient in insight. Let's see. Actually, no, I'm not. It's 11.
It's 11. You're currently dealing with a lot at the moment, and he has not done anything in benefit to the enemy yet. As soon as he does anything to benefit the enemy or harm you guys, you'll know something's up.
Alright, well, I can't counter charm you yet, Francis. Sorry. So I guess I'll just continue doing what I'm doing, just smack some people. Bottom one for damage. That much. 15.
So 15.
And the second one takes 9.
Someone takes 9. Minus 9.
Let's see, I got bonus action. Blah, 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 blah. The bonus actions still have available to me. Only bardic inspiration and healing word.
Still very good options.
Yeah, but I'm kind of low on spells. I only got one bardic inspiration left. Ah,
Save
screw it.
for-
Screw it, I'm gonna give it to someone. Actually, no, I'm not, because both Holston and Gallon are already inspired.
Mhm.
There's not really a point. Alright, I guess I'll heal someone. Hey, Gallon. Be healed, bruh.
Woohoo!
Get healed, bruh, for 7.
55. Cool.
And then Zara. Guess I'll have her run up and smack a bitch, because she's currently one of the only 2 people that can actively kill these things right now. Well, 3 people. Holson, Gideon, and her.
Hey.
17.
100%.
Dead.
Another
19.
strike through the chest.
Oh, that was almost max damage.
Oh, you were one up. Old ass 20.
That
would've been
fucking
great.
Zara doing work. Bonus action, spiritual weapon, smack the other one.
Smack that.
I guess in a 7 misses. Or a 10 misses.
A 10 definitely does not, make the mark on that one.
Just curious. Oh, it would have been 12. That would have been cool. Oh, well.
You would have knocked that bitch down to 0.
She's gonna just start moving to spiritual weapon. We can move 20 feet. Yeah, move it that way. It's coming at you. Crabhead.
Gonna
Slowly.
fucking
Slowly, it's crawling.
get you. Getting there.
Yeah, that's my turn.
All right. Travis, not liking this.
Oh, what's not
As
to
it
like?
reached-
He's next to Holson with her weird blood cat. It's great.
As he extends his hand,
Black cat, thank you. He's not red.
yet again. Just
Again.
a yellow cat. I mean, cats are already like already half liquid, so blue blends right in. Uh-oh.
Blends right in.
Oh, we lost Francis. So he extends as he takes a tuning fork and taps it against his arcane focus, casting Toll the Dead on this one right here. Let's make it wisdom.
Oh, you get to do the big boy damage.
He do the big boy damage. So that's 2d12. Oh, fuck yeah, it is.
Big boy damage!
Big
All
boy
right,
damage.
Travis!
Minus 20. Yep. You don't like that. As you hear the noise of chunk, 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 chunk. 15 to 20.
I like the thing's still alive.
30 right there.
Oh, what the fuck's that?
That is the summon construct that
Friend.
Travis did.
Oh,
All right.
cool.
Vampiric Spawn. Just go ahead and do this one. Does not leave Belos' reach unless you want to just punch it.
Nope.
Go ahead.
I'm going to use my reaction for this.
Just going to do 2 love taps. Natural 1.
Or is it?
It won't, actually.
Crit yourself. Oh my.
Oh, wait.
Very close. It is immediately knocked prone.
That'll be fun.
Okay. So that's that. 1. We gonna go after this Travis boy for this vampire spawn.
No!
Because,
My good pal Travis. The lesser wizard.
21.
Even though he has 4th level spells.
Now that is the question. Did he prepare a shield? No.
Buddy, why not? See, this
Because
is why he's the lesser wizard.
Because usually it's just Gideon being in the front. Gideon is the shield. So... Come on. 9 slashing. 10 HP. Nice. Alright. Let us see about this. Constitution saving throw. Gets to make 2. Well, that 100% makes it with that advantage. So the construct's still there.
Good.
Plus 3, so that's 11. That's dope. Going on with this next lovely contestant against Belos. 15.
Yeah.
Okay. 25.
Yeah.
10. 9. So 5 and 4. Total of 9. Takes another 1 hit
Cool.
point of damage.
Yeehaw! 70.
Yee, made you freaking hair.
Oh, I gotta really start pushing enter when I...
It would be helpful. Last spawn, going after a cure. 10 and 10. Misses both times. Okay. Is now Belos' turn.
She's gonna go for the one that's down. What does her health look like?
That one?
Yeah, what does her health look like? It's blocked by the spiritual weapon.
Yeah, injured but not extremely hurt.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and get them since I have advantage on them right now. Do a little chop chop.
Do-do-do-do. Technically, we get advantage if they were within 5 feet.
Oh. Well, I'm not moving, so
Yeah.
I will chop chop anyway.
I could be wrong about that. Minky?
Sorry, I was lying on the floor. I'm super tired. What's up?
It's within 5 feet. It's within 5 feet.
I don't know what
It's
you mean.
okay.
What's going on?
I don't care. I've already
Yes.
rolled.
And
Question.
An attack roll against a creature that's 10 feet away, but it's still a melee attack.
Well,
Yeah. What? The halberd, yes, it has a reach of 10 feet, but but past 5 feet it qualifies as a range attack, so they still get cover benefits and whatnot.
So that means that it would also be a disadvantage on the attack?
Yes.
no.
Oh.
No.
It gets all the benefits
I
of...
mean, oh yeah,
Yes,
it does.
Yes.
Within 5 feet, otherwise the attack roll has disadvantage.
Yes.
Reach 10 feet, but it's still a melee weapon attack.
But it's still disadvantage.
Yes.
It
Reaches does not make your melee attacks go to 10 feet. It means that you now can attack at 10 feet. But you still have to deal with
Then
the
I
fucking
won't
range.
hit it.
It's still the range stuff. It's still affected
I
by all the
won't
benefits
hit
of
it
range.
at disadvantage. I will just attack the person next to me instead.
Alright. So, that's halved. So, total
Which is why creatures can get cover from Varm's scythe. That's because it's still, even though it can attack at 30 feet, past 5 feet, it's still considered a range attack.
Alright. That is the tax.
The only exception is bugbears.
Because they can dislocate their fucking entire arm.
Yeah.
So yeah, Bellows will just scream at this one then. Gallet.
Okay.
Yep.
Time to hit this guy again.
Okay.
I'm gonna come help Gallet in a minute.
That just hits.
Sick. Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay. And... Okay. And that one I will smite.
Nice.
Ooh.
Almost
Oh, jeez.
max damage for 32.
Yes, sir.
Alright. Cool.
It needs to make 2 wisdom saves.
He does need to make 2 wisdom saves. He's good at these. In theory. He is not frightened.
Dang.
I think you know what's going to happen next round.
I'm coming.
I
will help.
I am prepared for the consequences of my actions. And by that, I mean dealing 48 damage.
Okay. Alright, Francis, your best friend.
49, sorry.
Your
Yeah. I've been contemplating how I could try and work this in some sort of favor, and believe it or not, attacking isn't the worst option.
Yep. So
Well, it's a matter of what Francis would do. And what does Francis do in combat, guys? I'm sorry.
Well, Gallon's beating him up, so
Yeah.
How does Francis help his friends?
Bonus
That's
action.
what it is.
1, 2, 3.
you could have reached him from
Oh.
there.
I know, but
Come on.
part of the
You
bonus
can't
action
spin
I
it.
can move it. I'm gonna pulse.
Come on, man. You
and
can't.
Francis knows better, so he. This is for him.
Yes, but come on, man. You can't spin it. You do everything you can to help him and his allies.
Yep.
At least it was a
So-
shitty pulse.
Is it him and his allies?
It is specifically the wording of it says vampire charms one humanoid within sight, 30 feet. If the target can see the vampire, the target must make a DC 17 wisdom save throw, be charmed. The charmed trusted friend to be heated and protected. Although the target isn't under the vampire's control, it takes the vampire's requests or actions in the most favorable way it can.
What does that mean? Although he's not under the control. What?
That
It
means
means-
it doesn't control him, like dominate, like make him do something. He's going to
Oh.
do all this of his free will to aid him in the best way possible in this
Just
situation.
best buddies.
They're
What do you do
okay.
to help your best friend? You don't have to help your best friend
I
every
don't-
single
I
time,
don't
but
take his turn for him. That is what
Okay.
that means.
So in that case, that works out because it's just him I'm shielding.
Yeah.
I know the mist would piss him off, so I don't do that.
Yep.
And then as for my action, since Palmer is right there,
oh,
I'm going to cure wounds him.
thank
Oh, no!
God! Let's go!
All right.
Let's go.
I mean,
Well,
it doesn't matter.
Worst
I mean,
possible I can roll both
no, he's
times.
a vampire.
He's qualified as undead, which means that he doesn't get healed.
He can't get cure wounds.
Mhm.
Francis doesn't know that.
I know. It's
And that's
so
what
great.
Francis would do to help somebody in this situation.
You have
Also,
not
they're
encountered an
healing.
undead enough for that.
No, Palmer would still be on Gallon. It's just within 5 feet of Palmer I can cast Cure Wounds.
All right.
It's really cool if you think about it, because you can have someone like just
Well, here's the thing. If Lycan would allow me to get a familiar and then get the warlock initiate thing, to where I can get a warlock invocation, I would totally do curse blessing of the ever living ones. So
that
I can
one's
get
great.
A familiar just to heal myself for max hit points every opportunity I can.
But that requires Pact of the Chain.
yeah, as I say, doesn't that require Pact of the Chain though?
That's why I talked to DM about it and see what he would allow, because shit be wackio.
Shit be wackio. All right.
Gideon, get the fuck up.
So he gets temp HP and then he loses it?
No.
Doesn't
Not
get
until he gets hit.
healed.
Healing don't hurt.
Oh,
That-
okay.
good news
He
is
just
that
doesn't
Andy-
heal.
Good news is, I think at the end of your turn you get me to save again. I don't know.
Only when he gets hurt.
Ah, well, there you go. I'm gonna counter charm you, by the way.
Wait. So he got hurt twice before my turn.
No.
When you
You-
get hurt.
get
And I
Hurt.
get hurt. Okay.
It specifically says that each time the vampire or the vampire's companions do anything harmful to the target.
target. What about to the target's friends?
It does not say anything about friends. That's what's
All right.
different about
Neat.
suggestion as well as charm person.
Okay, yeah, no, that is the difference.
So technically, Francis is his best friend for 24 hours if you don't kill this thing.
So so the Cure Wounds does not affect him.
The cure wounds you do notice does not affect him.
Alright,
Yeah,
hey
no.
Gideon, you wanna kill this thing next to me?
All Francis says, he's like, "Don't worry, I got you." And then does the shield pulls for 5, and then does the healing. And when he notices it doesn't work, what? How?
Yeah, so
Gallon's fucking confused. What the fuck?
Well, according to Lycan, I am now aware that he's charmed and be like, oh, don't worry, I dealt with this before.
So
Palmer, I thought we were cool.
Palmer flips you off.
just slaps you, just like no damage, it just hurts your pride. It hits the only unarmored piece of you, right in the throat.
no, right in the ear.
Oh, Wet Willy.
Fucking,
She-
No,
Yeah,
no, a straight flick to the ear. Have you ever been flicked in the ear? That shit hurts.
fucking from the back. All right, Gideon stands the fuck
You're
up
not joking.
and
you just do
moves
it?
there.
Yeah,
Oh.
I was curious.
Yeah,
Bunch of
shit
years and
hurts a
worse.
lot more when it's cold.
I'm curious.
Hey, Holson, are you gonna kill that guy?
Okay.
Guy, the big boy?
No,
That
the
Who
is-
bit me? Yes. No.
2d6.
I'm gonna get the big boy who bit me.
Or,
I found out I have a spell and I want to use it.
this thing is dead.
I too have a spell.
I want to know if I can absorb this thing.
So 5.
You know, every session I am more convinced that Akira is an excellent support role.
And he has to
I mean-
sit there.
He does a really good job of complimenting what Francis can't do.
And I can free you all from charm. No one else can do
Mhm.
that.
Mm-hmm. That's actually huge.
That is Gideon's turn because he had to use half his movement to get up. Actually, wait.
right.
Maybe.
Hold on.
Because
so
he
he's
does
so
have a feature.
15, 20, 25, 30. Yep.
Can you move the bodies?
Yeah, can you get rid of the bodies so I can't come back? Thank you.
You.
Move them into the darkness. Eaten by the wall.
Fucking get in that wall.
Good.
Good thing we got this garbage disposal.
Put these assholes like the telltale heart.
So, when I was laying on the
Stand
ground, I
in the
wasn't paying
turret
attention.
area?
Oh,
Can I
just
stand in the turret area?
the turret is considered tiny, so yes.
Yes.
Okay. I was just curious.
I am
But,
not done yet, but yes. You were saying, Akira?
Continue.
Oh,
You continue.
When I stood up to lay on the floor, I kind of missed it. Why is this one prone?
That one.
Slipped.
The one.
Oh, okay.
She slipped.
All the blood, you know.
All
Or step
right.
on a stairs,
All the blood and
step on-
bones. It's
know-
a tripping hazard, truly.
You know, there was like one caltrop after a meal and like fucking,
Yeah, it
stepping on a
happens.
D4.
All right.
Shit, pain food. Nope. So, where is this thing? Orcish Fury. There it is. Once per short rest when you hit attack.
You know, you're thinking about the full orc ability, aggressive, which is bonus action, move closer to enemies.
Mhm.
He's a half orc, so can't do that. What he gets is Orcish Resilience. When he gets knocked to 0, he instead drops to 1. And then Orcish Fury, as you read, which he does an extra damage die whenever he lands a crit.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, all right. See, that is Gideon. So, Wholesome, you be out here. What you doing?
Oh, we know what I'm doing. Yes. We are running away from the whatever the fuck this is. I'm gonna leave it to Travis and his big boy. Because they seem like they got that handled. And I'm just gonna take off. I'm not gonna disengage or anything. I'm just gonna take off. So
Okay.
5, 10,
That's a pillar. You need to move through Travis' spot.
well,
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20,
Tax of opportunity.
no,
18.
wait,
18.
20, 5, 10, sure. 15, 20, 25,
You got
30.
more.
I am not there.
So that's 5 points of slashing to you.
Cool. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? I wish I had more movement. Oh, I have 35. Dumb, stupid. No, that's Winfrey.
Yeah,
That's
Winfrey.
Winfrey.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Winfrey. I have Winfrey's sheet open.
Why?
I don't know.
I don't know. I
Also, when did
clicked it.
Winfrey get 35?
She's always had
Oh, right. Oh, right. Fey
Ranger.
Wonder.
Get wrecked.
Yeah, that's right. 5 extra movement speed as a ranger. Right.
Natural Explorer, wasn't it? Or something like that?
I just need to be 5 more feet. Okay.
I guess I could teleport you 5 more feet if you needed it.
Vortex Warp is a beautiful thing.
It just uses for 5 feet, though. That's it.
90-foot range, 5 foot.
I really want to be here, but if I was here, that's 10 feet. I could get them all.
Just hit something. This fight's been going on for a while.
It's been
We'll wait and not use my bonus action for that. So I'm gonna attack this bitch.
okay.
So she's right there.
Yep.
And she's down.
Yeah, bitch.
Let's see.
Advantage.
I am so sad that I can't get there.
There's always next turn.
There's always next turn. I just really want to get that man who bit me.
Can't you still hit him?
26? I can.
Eldritch Blast will still be a disadvantage because the enemy within 5 feet of her.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
So-
25 and 26. So, 11 and 7 to this bitch.
Minus 18.
No,
You sound,
She's sick.
I cannot breathe.
yeah, you sound a little stuffy.
Yeah, it means that I'm gonna have to go take my sinus medicine soon.
Well, it's the end of your turn. Might as well do it now.
Yeah, might as well go.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah, so, Blued is also gonna attack since he's here.
And that is an
He'll
advantage.
get her too. Yeah, he'll get her too.
There's like horrible sinuses with your eyes watering and everything.
Yeah, no, I'm crying.
Oh.
I am not okay.
Oh, and also Gallon, if he does target you, don't forget inspiration.
You
Oh,
can
I didn't hit
use
him.
the shield, that's right.
You can add it to your AC as well.
Yeah,
That's what I
that's
meant.
why I have mine still. I'm gonna take my 5 things off, and my turn is done.
Alright.
I'm back in the turret!
Yeah, just hopefully
Not that it matters.
hopefully I can get Francis to break his charm.
Yeah, because it's not on your side of the fight right now.
Okay. Big Kahuna.
Hi, pal. Hi, buddy. How you doing? Oh boy.
I'm gonna fuck you up.
I'm gonna eat that ass.
Okay.
You'll do both.
So that is a 24.
I'm gonna. This is to grapple me, yeah.
This is the hit grapple.
Yeah. Let's talk.
I am not sorry. You take.
Unknown amounts of damage. It's all just
I,
black.
I fucking guess it's like fuck me. I guess, bro. I didn't.
How is-
type it
I
in.
take no damage. This is great.
No, you
No,
take
the number
hard-
is so large that you can't see it.
No.
It's not world though.
Like, how much damage do you take? Yes.
Funny enough, this is bludgeoning. So, let's
Just roll the die manually, I guess. Oh, something happened.
11.
So,
And
11.
and I think you know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm ready. No! Not again! Not again!
And
No, I
he
can't.
smite.
So,
That's a lot of ones.
that is a lot of ones. He gets a total
still 25.
Yeah, he's right.
15 back.
You see Hudson running. She's gonna help you when she gets there.
That'll take
I
time,
need you to
though.
make a Constitution saving throw. DC 14.
Max hit points reduced.
By that much.
Oh,
14.
that's not good.
It's only reduced by 9.
It's reduced
Because of
by
8?
15. Because
Yeah.
4 plus 11.
So,
Aid,
Yes.
Aid helping out.
A doing work.
Aid doing work.
oh boy. All right. Ouch.
Could be worse.
memories taste delicious.
My insides are being liquefied.
It's not the only thing in mind that's tasty.
Don't worry. It'll only last forever.
But it was a long time. Only next to eternity.
Boucher. Is he like points at a Kier? But forever is what you make of it, and I'm going to make a paladin jerky. I'm gonna love wearing your skin.
Where's the next attack?
So that's him.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, he hit you with the punch and then fucking drained you.
Oh, sick. I thought there was going to be a second bite. I was scared.
No, he only has the 2.
Alright,
two
so I'm
attacks.
gonna go there. And then I'm gonna bonus action inspire Francis. There you go. Congratulations.
Bruh.
And then action counter charm him. Good to remember who your friends are.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me another save.
Wisdom save at advantage.
For multiple reasons.
Okay!
You're good. Do-do-do-do.
And then there's
You are
Zara.
not immune to this effect. I will say this.
Wait, what?
You're not. Nobody like this says like if you break the thing, you're not immune to the effect. So
Nah.
we about to find
That's
out.
fine.
So 15 to that guy prone one.
Yeah. Minus 15 as you like punch him in the gut with lightning.
And then she's going to move over here. Bonus action, spiritual weapon, smack. Don't know if I should have her. I'll have her smack down one. Why not? Let's just see what happens. Let's have some fun with it. Okay.
Oh, okay.
That would have been better to
wrong one.
open with.
Wrong thing.
20.
Technically at 0.
Man, look at Zara doing all the fucking damage I can't do because I'm playing support right now.
You have it for a reason.
Yeah, I do.
Travis, not having a good time currently.
No.
Gonna do that. That dare.
That's Toll.
Toll the dead again. Wisdom save. They pass, so he's going to just be like, "Get him, Brutus!" As chunk. Do. Summon Construct gets 2 attacks. They are 2 slam attacks. So it is +8 to hit this thing. Brutus is not helping. Wait. 15? That hits. 15 +1. So that's 1d8 plus 8. So that is 13 points of damage. Yes, 13 points of damage. Minus 13. This thing is still up. So, indubitably. All right. Spawns. Turn. And this one is going to go technically back up by 1. Get the fuck up. And attack. Let's start from left to right again. Oh wait, forgot about these guys. 6. Bamp. Those are the last ones. Okay, starting with attacking Travis. Because he's fucking their shit up. First one hits. Total of 9. So minus that.
That should be his temp HP.
No, he had 3 left.
Oh, okay.
Minus 6. Him. He must make a Constitution saving throw. Advantage. Makes it. Brutus stays on the field. This one against Belos. Claw. Miss. Claw. Hit. Doing a total of 4 damage to Belos. And this one is attacking Zara because got thunder punched. Didn't like it too much. Nope. I don't think a 14 hits. Zara.
AC is 16.
16. Okay.
I believe. Hold
So
on.
that's-
Let me double check. AC is 13 plus spell level. Yep. 16.
Okay. It is now Belos' turn.
Just reckless.
Yeah. She gonna squash this bitch. So the one that's right next to her, she is going to take all of her attacks on.
All right.
And 1, Oh, it meant to be reckless. Well, just
Okay.
no. I meant for it to be reckless.
Yeah.
So that's 1 hit.
One
That
hit.
is 2 hit.
2 hit.
Bonus attack. Hit.
3 hit. So 3 of those hits.
You're fucking wrecked. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. 3. And then 15, 14, 7. And then 8. Alright. That is Bellows.
That's frustrating.
Yeah. It's Gallon.
It is Gallon.
Oh,
Get that boy.
it is.
You are
Yeah,
breaking up
Gallon.
hard.
Okay. Yep. I'm gonna use a healing potion. Bonus action, you know. I need that.
He's nomming on you and be like, hold on a second, buddy. Hold on a second. This is all for you, not for me. This is going to help you out.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Please.
It's a disadvantage because you're restrained.
Oh. Okay.
Still hits.
Definitely gonna smite.
Alright.
So. Okay. Okay.
How much is that?
34.
34.
He does have the 5 temp HP too.
Yeah, so 29 to him. Minus 29.
Okay. Now, Gallon, please, for the love of God, please. Oh my god! Smiting! Smiting! Oh. 26!
How do you want to do this?
Yes! Oh my god, yes! This is a big boy too, isn't he?
And he's holding you up and nomming on your neck.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, he is. I'd like to cut off his arm. The one that's holding me.
Okay, you cut off his arm?
And then, since he is quite a bit taller than me, I am gonna take off a leg, too.
Take off
Or
a
just
leg?
cut him in the center. He's a giant centipede.
Oh, yeah. Is his body more centipede-like, too?
Yeah.
Oh, then, yeah, I'm gonna do that. That's better. And then once he's down on the ground, I'm gonna cut off his head. I'm not gonna say anything. Just look him dead in the eyes. And oh wait, can I just real quick have him roll a wisdom save for the first attack?
Okay.
I wanna speak.
Wins save. Not an advantage, but 12.
12. He fails.
So, as you take your sword, as you're being drained of your life's essence, you slice upwards, cutting off the arm, coming down from the height, slice down through the forward stepping foot, and then spins around, cutting off its head.
With fear in its eyes.
Fear in its eyes.
Yes.
All right. I am fairly certain you guys can clean up these guys, especially since now they all have disadvantage on every roll.
Yes. I think we could. Yeah, no, I think we could act.
So
Easily
let's
clean them
just expedite that a little bit.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Also, did anything happen to the sword when I kill him?
No.
No. Okay.
Are you gonna take the head?
I'll pick it up.
So let's just say everybody is good.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Okay, so just I hate to be that guy,
No, you don't.
but it was brought up and never mentioned again. What happened to Gallon's saving throws for the blood thing?
God.
So, funny enough, the reducing of his maximum HP assisted in that not triggering. When he's at half health, he has to make a DC 10 Wisdom save when he's below half health, or go into a frenzied rage, attacking the first living creature with blood.
Okay.
Still have that condition, but you know.
All right, so we make it. So we make our way out then, yeah.
You make your way through, and as time goes on longer, like the reinforcements are definitely from the area before, where they like ran full distance after hearing the screech. But you also notice that on the outside, some people are in a daze, and some people are just flat out dead.
So like all of the different workers that were at this factory.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
It seemed when you killed the monarch, eventually creatures fell ill to its effects and starts to decay.
So when we get up, and Francis notices this, he looks to the he climbs off of Bellows, and when they're outside and in fresh air, takes a deep breath. Well, that makes finding the rest of those sons of bitches a lot easier.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure Jack will sleep a lot easier than knowing that that's going to be taken care of.
You are very lucky you killed him when you did, because this turn, his legendary actions and everything would have started.
I was so close with my spirit shroud.
Yep, and he had this lovely
It's like, I can do
ability
radiant damage.
called Caustic Jet. Let me just fucking put this out there.
Roll it for me. Oh no! I see that's a shit
Would have been
roll.
fine.
That's a
Dude, would've been
shit
okay.
roll for 5d8.
But even still,
You had a perfect line going, and I was like, ooh. Perfect.
Oh man, my rolls that fucking. Oh my god, that's so
Dramatic as
good.
shit?
It always is.
Always is.
mm-hmm.
Did you do any type of searching down there?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do some searching.
I'm
Because
sure.
I will.
I'm sure they
I
wouldn't
will do
have
all the
like,
searching.
I'm pretty sure Gideon and Travis, at the very least, would have been like, "We need to clear this out. Make sure there's not another one of these fuckers or whatever."
Yeah, 100%. There is not.
Yeah.
There is documentation that they take.
Do we roll? So in that case, do we roll investigations?
You would
For
roll
those who want to.
investigations. There is many amenable things down here.
God, fuck! I do not want to be down here.
Apparently not.
I never used my inspiration, so I'm going to use it now.
For me, or are you gonna use it?
No, I'm going to use my bardic inspiration that I didn't use in the fight.
Ah,
Because I was going to use it as armor, but now I don't have to.
Less than that one. Let's go.
Investigation
19.
plus a D8. What do I know?
Freaking 26? Is that all?
What do I know? I can make it more, but I won't.
You've been amassing wealth?
Yes.
Ooh. We're gonna get double paid.
This man is known as...
Yes, we are.
Noble.
Known as what?
Who?
The Noble.
The Needle?
Noble.
Noble.
The Noble.
Noble.
Noble of Dreystein.
Oh, Noble of Dreystein.
Dreystein.
The Noble of Dreystein is dead. He's for sure dead. We check that.
I mean, Galen's carrying around the head like a trophy.
Unlike, your runabout vampires, this body does not disappear. It does slowly starts to squelch off the
Gross.
flesh. But that's about it.
Okay.
So the noble Alphonse Georg.
Oh, you don't have to spell that.
Well.
I assume Alphonse is with a F.
It is with an F.
Or is it PH?
It is with the F. Alphonse Georg. Do
Was he an elf?
he was an elf?
Do we know how old he was?
So looking through the personal notebooks, things like that, inference. This man was over 700 years old,
Oh!
but he seems
It's
to
normal
have
for an elf.
turned about 60 years ago.
Well, isn't 700 for an elf nearing the end?
He was an elder, elf.
Yeah, so nearing the end, he was like, nah, immortality.
Mm-hmm.
Don't we all?
He was a prominent noble in the capital of Harmon in Dreystein. And seems like he had correspondence with several different individuals with singular name, initial names.
Got yourself a hit list now.
Ooh. Madame V. Duchess A. Lord K. And Pact Warden G. And it is PACT.
That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm. And
Wait. Pact Warden G?
mm-hmm.
Duchess what?
A.
A.
Okay. And then what was that last one?
Lord K.
Lord K.
Okay.
Can't forget Madame V, though.
Madam V.
No, I got her. She's the first one on the list.
Oh man, I'm terrible. All I think
Um,
about is Austin Powers when I hear
Do
that.
I know any nobles with this name?
No.
I'm not noble, but do I know any? Have I heard anything from any of the lands?
The fact that you are not from Jaystein and not from here, your
Yeah.
knowledge of nobles is very much amiss.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was like just Draystein nobles or if they were like all over.
I mean,
If you bring it up, if you show what you found to Francis, because he won't know you found anything unless you tell him. I think if in Austral he might be able to make a history disadvantage. Maybe I don't know.
so that's with a 25, and that's you looking over the shoulder of Gideon and Travis after finding these books.
Ah.
The things that you find.
I'm a bit nosy. I'm a bit nosy. So makes sense.
That's why I phrased it that way. Let's see what you find.
Was
I'll
Francis
pass on this
useful, guys?
information to. I'll pass on this information to our sweet vampire boy, Gallant. They're like, here you go. This is for you. This doesn't matter to me.
Thanks.
Don't know who these people are. Have fun.
New targets. Maybe.
You can read Elvish, right?
Actually, I think I can.
Good, because that's how she takes her notes the fastest.
I can.
And if she takes so it's in Elvish because she's taking notes while she's reading over their shoulder, and she writes fastest in Elvish.
Okay. So, go ahead and roll me.
What we get?
Yeah. Who we get?
What you get? We about to fucking find out. We about to fuck around and find out. All right. So, treasure table.
Welcome back. We have a hit list.
Yeah.
We've got letter names.
Yep, 4 of them. Madam V, Duchess A, Lord K, and Pact Warden G.
I don't know who any of those are, but okay.
Yeah, I don't either.
But he does.
Nobody fucking does.
Nobody
So
fucks around in Draystein.
So what are we doing now?
Loot.
We're about
Just getting loot, and then gonna move on to roleplay of the aftermath, because I had something Francis was gonna ask or mention. Not so much part of like what's going on. It's just to finalize everything. He was gonna bring something up.
You said this guy was from Harmon, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm trying to find this random treasure table.
DM's guide.
It's in DM's guide. It's checking that Xanathar's.
Yep. Dungeon Master's Guide. And it's chapter 7.
Chapter 7. Treasure. Doop, doop, doop. Random treasure.
They have individual and they have hordes. Individual is just a little bit of money, and then the hordes are like the magical items and a lot of money.
Okay. This man has turned about 26 people, as well as killed a solid 40.
Oh.
What about under control?
That was unknown currently, but I'll let you know. Had about 80.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's influence.
And that's over a course of because he got there relatively around a week after you guys.
After we left?
Yep.
Holy crap.
He's only been there like a week?
And
He's been there for about a month.
he's been there about a
Oh.
month, but like that's so crazy.
And technically, he could have gotten way more. It's just he's more monstrous now. His
And that is why they are a threat.
All right, go ahead and roll me a D100.
Go, Growling.
Sure.
Woo!
Well, you want to roll it, Callan?
95!
95.
Higher, better.
Oh, boy!
Oh boy,
I think higher is better.
higher is
What did we get?
even better.
How much?
And there's like
Ooh.
D4 or something on the magic table, or I don't know.
So that's just
95.
coin. I need another 1D100.
Roll it.
That's how you're doing coin?
95.
Another 95!
I want the most.
Okay.
Holy shit! We're making out like fucking bandits for this one.
I vote I get
Yeah.
the most because I literally kept everyone alive.
Hey!
Well, it's
I freed you from the chains of madness.
And I appreciate that, but what the heck do you
No.
think Francis was doing the entire time?
Hiding on some lady's back and climbing on the ceiling.
Okay, fine, I see how I appreciate it.
So,
But no, the whole reason we did this is because I need money.
Yeah, no, that's the reason why we did it, yeah, but...
I mean, I need money too, man.
so
we all need money.
since you want to talk about the money, here, roll me 2d6 followed by 3d6.
I gotta buy some wizard shit.
I just need living cost.
Living.
So-
13 times 10,
Well, it's four. It's 4 for the first one,
or
and then
That is
9
un-
for the second one.
so 4 times 10, that's 40 gold pieces.
Oh.
You want-
Followed by 9.
Yep.
That is 9 platinum pieces. Actually, no.
Ooh.
I'm going to go with the next one up because this was a harder challenge. So that would have been 4 times 100.
Part of me thinks I'm on this right.
Huh?
I was just looking at the treasure hoard challenge 5 through 10. Gold is 66, platinum is 3d6, and then individuals 5 through 10. 95, 46. Oh, I see. You're doing an individual treasure, not hoard.
Because he was eating, individual people.
So yeah, so that's 2d6 times 10 and 3d6.
So I'm doing it the next one over. So 11 through 16. Just fuck it. So technically that is 400 gold pieces, and then 90 platinum pieces.
Well, that's 100 each.
Okay, 90 platinum pieces.
Yeah,
So it's 100 each?
100 gold each. Because it's split 4 ways. Because screw the
Yeah.
vampire hunters.
Oh, they
They-
don't.
Bellows is included at split 5.
That can come out of your bank, your whatever, because you're the one paying her.
Mhm. And another 95.
She gets an equal share, dude. She has.
Yeah, well, I need splitting 400 by 5. That's just annoying.
It's not that much harder.
It is for me right now specifically.
400 by 5 is 80.
So 80 each.
I'm happier before. It was better before.
185.
I need a 2d6
90 platinum. Fucking
2d6.
2d6, please.
The platinum is 18.
Cool.
Uh,
That is a
10.
total of 10 gems worth 50 gold pieces, followed by somebody please roll me a 1d4.
sure. Just one? One.
One item from number F.
So is that? Oh, that's another
Yeah, the
500.
yeah, but
Course.
depends on the gems, and we also have to sell them.
So I need
Yeah, it does depend on the gems.
100.
D100 for the magical item, whatever. I'll take the gems so I can sell them. Get you your cut when we get back.
87. Getting high fucking rolls on this bitch.
Mm-hmm.
They're 10 gems worth how much?
50.
gold.
50 a piece.
But what are the gems?
I will let you know
Later.
I just need to know if there's diamonds. That's all.
There's not gonna be a.
That's the
diamond
goal
worth
here.
Oh.
There might.
50. Not unless Lycan allows it, because the diamond isn't on that low of a that low in the gem hoard or gem whatever.
Okay, so I'm going to give you an option. Regular treasure table or Griffin Soundbag.
Griffin.
Regular one.
Regular?
I just vote for a regular, just less thought involved.
Okay.
That's two
It
regular.
is a bard instrument.
Cool. I
Well,
can use that.
Hard instrument.
Finally,
Well, we got a Bart.
yeah, finally something I can attune to, because I only have one attunement item right now.
That's really useful then.
It's an uncommon magic item. Do-do-do-do.
Yeah, the diamonds are
Is-
not on the 50 gold gemstone thing.
Yeah. So the Mechfermid Crittern. Crittern? I don't
Sitter?
know.
Saturn.
Saturn. So, fucking this.
Saturn.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big.
What does it do?
It gives me extra spells. Once I can play the instruments and cast one of the spells. Each one's once per day. Fly, invisibility, levitate, protection from evil and good, bark skin, cure wounds, fog cloud.
Very good.
Nice.
I
Nice.
can cast each one of those spells once per day.
And they use your spellcasting ability and spell save DC.
Yep.
Nice.
You can play the instrument while casting a spell that causes any of its targets to be charmed on a failed saving throw, thereby imposing disadvantage on the save. So I can just charm people for free, I guess.
What the fuck?
Anyone who attempts to play it, any not bard who attempts to play it, must make a DC 15 Wisdom save or take D4 psychic damage.
Oh.
Well, that's fun.
So,
It is
I'll go
meant
in
for a bard.
yeah, I'll go in and take that. Do you guys don't mind?
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, I don't want
know?
to take fucking damage.
You know what? No, I want it.
I mean, fair enough, I guess. If you just want to prove a point, I guess you could do that.
I have way too many attunement items. I have way too many attunement items.
Let me see if it's actually here in this one. Or if I need to put it in manually. I do need to
Comes
put it manually.
from
Okay.
Dungeon
Well-
Master's Guide.
Well, I'll put that back manually. If you scroll up on the treasure thing, like, and you can get the listing of gems.
Do-do-do-do.
50 gems is, there's 10 of them, so 10d12.
So, do-do-do.
I'll go and roll it just to get it. Okay. That,
That's a
so
pretty
you
easy
do whatever.
spread.
You guys do whatever, and I'll just write down what gems we have. While also putting in the Saturn.
Okay. Well, Lane, you don't have to worry about gems. We got it.
Looking for gems, looking for gems. They are up, 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 up.
Lycan.
I
Yes.
reckon I got it.
You don't need to.
Okay.
Akir got it.
Hooray for my experience doing this.
Mm-hmm.
5, 7, 9,
I just had to look at them.
10, and
Ooh.
11. Okay.
That's
I'll
12.
Yeah, they're D12s.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious what 12 is.
Oh, 12 is Zircon.
Ooh.
Oh, well, the first one we should give to Gallon.
Just cause.
Nah, I'll tell you it is after I write them all down.
Okay.
What is?
I mean, I
Zircon is
see
like
what it
zirconium,
is.
right?
I see what it is.
Yeah, I guess we're fucking streaming.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't
go
do
and
that.
get
Zircon's like zirconium, right?
Chrysophrase.
Okay.
Sorry, Paraphrase.
Zircon is.
Citrine.
I was gonna say, because I could do a con. I could make it look like I was trying to heal somebody so that they would counterspell me for no reason.
Hey, look, this is for Winfrey's knowledge. Moonstone. 50 gold.
Yeah, I don't understand why we can't just buy 4 moonstones for 50 gold and then solve the problem.
Because they want to kill Silver Snow.
No.
Tell that to the people hunting them.
Mhm.
Well, it's just 200 gold. I'll give them 200 gold to go buy their own fucking moonstones if they want.
They've fucking been hoarding them like fucking, bail bonds.
It's actually me. I'm actually just selling the moonstones.
Alright, so we got one
Gonna put
Bloodstone, one Chaldani, one Chrysoprase, one Citrine, one Moonstone, 2 Quartz, 1 Sardonyx, and 1 Star Rose Quartz.
Are any of them green?
Let's see. Opaque Blands are red and white, Translucent Rosy Stone, white, smoky gray, yellow.
Number 4 is translucent green.
Yeah.
Did we
We have one of the. Yeah, we got one.
Yeah,
of
we have.
those. Bloodstone.
I have
Opaque.
4.
Hey guys,
Yeah.
if we keep those stones, I can make them into jewelry.
And sell them for more.
Yeah, I want number 4. I want number 4 to be a jewelry.
I mean, if you want to make a bloodstone jewelry, that'd be cool. That'd be kind of sick.
I can. I have a +1 set of jeweler's tools and +10 already on top of that.
Oh, then fuck yeah, dude! Make me a ring.
I'm gonna pay Francis to make me a Moonstone amulet.
I'll play Francis to make me a ring. You know what? Yeah, fucking teaser
The reason I want the Moonstones because it's blue, and if anybody read the new Blue Dragon stuff, whenever you hang around blue dragons, you become obsessed with the color for some reason. And it's the only dragon that does that.
Really?
Yeah, it's the only dragon. Yeah, for some reason, if you are in the presence of blue dragons, you become literally obsessed with the color blue. You want to gather.
Blue is a nice color.
You want to gather as many blue things as possible, and also blue dragons are the only dragons that adopt other dragons, other dragon hatchlings.
Really?
Yeah.
To make an entire
I just want to make I want a translucent green necklace.
Francis, how
That's
much
all.
money do I give you to make this into a necklace?
Initial ring.
But, while we're walking up the hill, Francis will take one of the stones and he'll kind of like put his goggles on and give it a quick inspect. That depends. How much? What's the word? What do the kids call it nowadays? Bling do you want on it?
I just want the blue to shine. I want it to be the most noticeable. Silver outlining.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you want to just highlight the blue, do you want it shaped differently in a specific shape or just as is? Are they worked or are they raw?
They are 100% raw.
Oh,
You could do like a
how would you like the? Yeah.
I will show you my shield, and if you look at the rotating GIF, whatever, you see in the back of his shield is a blue wyvern. The shape like this.
All right, I
That's
can
good.
maybe do something.
Appreciate. Give me a quote, and I shall give you gold.
And I'll tell you how much it cost me to make, and I'll just charge you for cost.
Fair enough.
But yeah, no.
We're all waiting in line to get our jewelry appraised by Francis.
And he's
But,
good at it. And,
Yeah.
Oh, also
That's-
Francis. Don't know if he used it, but he still has the inspiration for whatever reason.
I got the nat one, and then there hasn't been any other reason for me to roll it, and I won't have it for by the time we get out. So
Yeah, it's
So-
only 10 minutes.
You look around, and that's all the precious items you find. You know, there's your basic like ruddy shit, but
I'm gonna
like
look up
there's
what the fuck a Centurn is.
so for when we get out, right?
Saturn.
Yeah, the music
Yes.
item I just got. Oh, it's a loot.
That's what I thought it was. Thought it was
It's
a
just
loot.
It's just a loot.
It's a fucking loot.
And I'm already proficient with
The
loots.
family.
Yeah, fuck yeah, man. There you
Like
go.
made for you or something.
Yeah.
Sweet serendipity. All right. So when we finally get outside and we see all the either dead and or dying mummies, Francis will, climb off of Belos and look the hunters in the eye. All right. So are you wanting to deal with the damn, I can't think of the word up at the top. Do you want to deal with law enforcement, or do you want to leave it to me, or what do you want to do? Are you done?
Basically, we have to clean up this mess. Then we can deal with law enforcement.
Look, the reason why I ask is because I have the full intention of going over to Jack, let him know it's taken care of, and taking care of that myself if you don't want to deal with it.
That'd be very nice. But before anything,
Yeah.
you and I, private conversation, just the two of us.
Just the two of us.
Oh, it's me, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right. All right. Let's
You're
do that.
We'll do it in my
Valid.
room.
Yeah, oh, never mind. So that's a private conversation for later, or a private conversation for now?
Later.
All right.
Later.
All right. In that case, who had the? All of you guys want to get some rest then too? I'll go take care of the Jack thing and get the payment for you guys.
We're gonna go ahead and do cleanup.
Yeah, I'll help with that.
Much obliged.
Akir, Olsen.
Then I will go to Jack to receive payment.
All right. Belos, I
Good
think you've had enough for today, or you want to come with us?
I'm fucking going to sleep.
Yeah.
I,
You earned it.
I have to go figure out what I want for my jewelry to look like, so I'm also going to go back to the room. Let me know if you need anything.
I guess I give you your Christ of praise.
The little green thing!
Yeah, I give you the green gem.
Thank you.
Because I'm gonna sell anything that we don't turn to jewelry, or anything
Okay,
we don't
I want-
immediately take.
I do want to take some for the kids, so I'm not sure yet, but I do want to use the rose quartz one to make something for him.
I will take, as long as I keep the moonstone. Is all I ask.
No, I'll use whatever you guys don't pick.
All right, we have 8 options left because I don't know what type of gem Gallon wanted.
I want a blood.
Okay,
I did want the bloodstone.
I give it to
Okay.
you. Put that in your inventory somewhere.
Fucking no.
If anything, for payment, I'll just take the rest of the stones because I got a lot of things to make.
Hey man, Akira's the one to recommend it.
I know. But interesting fucking thing that happens. As you take the bloodstone, it starts to shimmer and shine and starts to have a dull reddish glow as it touches your hands.
What the fuck?
It-
Yeah, I'll
Why
hold
are you
this
doing
out
that?
and like turn the whole system.
Why are you doing that?
I don't know.
That'll be interesting to work with.
I'm gonna pick it. I'll take it. I'll take it from him, and then does it glow in my hands?
Now, hand it back.
And
Weird.
the dullish glow starts to go again.
This is gonna look fucking awesome on a ring.
Except if you're trying to sneak around.
Good.
I don't do that often.
All right.
You're coming
Well,
from a mile
that
away
being
anyway.
said- That's all going to be stuff that takes me forever to do, anyways. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and take off here, so we can go ahead and take care of that.
Lead the way.
Yep. Vampire hunters, you have your own business to attend to, and yep, and Avita's in, I guess.
You're saying.
All right, and Francis just kind of like starts walking off with a exhausted kind of like shrug to his shoulders.
Didn't know your boy spoke Drainish.
Just the one phrase. I heard it a bunch of times on the docks.
God.
Fucking love it.
Yeah, the entire time we're walking, I'm messing around with the Cittern, which it turns out is actually Irish. So it's actually sort of miv.
What I mean.
But I'm practicing it. Just ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding. Accidentally cast Bark Skin. Ooh.
You just like puff out with like hardened scales that are like this wood texture now. Fuck.
Francis just kind of sees it. I'm starting to find that there's never really a dull moment around you.
It is true. It is true. But the thing is, holding on to this, I feel like I am learning new songs just by touching it. Let me... Francis, let me try this for you, yes?
You know what? Give it a shot.
Alright, I'm going to begin to play, and on you I cast Protection from Evil and Good.
Francis listens to it, and he just kind of like pats himself. Did anything change?
Yes. Any, aberrations, celestial, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead have disadvantage on attacking you. And you can't be charmed or frightened by them.
Francis just kind of looks at himself again. How do you know it worked? And if so, that would have been really useful earlier.
Well, you see this. Well, you see this. You see this rune up here, and I point to one of the runes on the Cittern. And it's dull now.
Ah. I don't feel any different.
Yeah, the fucking key to your freedom right down in there. In the fucking pit.
Yes. For the next 10 minutes, if any undead attacks you, they will not be able to do so well. Oh, by the way, I can also do this, and I play another song. I cast Cure Wounds on myself, just because I'm hurt.
Fizzles out in the hallway.
Shit! Look at that.
Oh, nice.
Well then, that looks like an interesting bit of hardware you got there. Come on.
I should really take that spell.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, no, I can prepare that.
You should.
Help yourself with. I mean, like from now on, I'm probably gonna have Palmer start each fight on your shoulder, so you always have a cure wounds on you.
I love you for that.
Well, the only thing that kind of sucks about the Cittern is that in order to use it, I need to play it, and I can't play it while wielding a shield.
Oh.
Because technically, to play an instrument requires 2 hands. So.
2 hands. God gave
Hey, if we're going into like an obvious boss room, you can just boost. You use up all the spells, and then let's go.
Well, most of them are concentration, which means I can only do one at a time.
Well.
But hey, Holson, I can turn you invisible.
You just have to do, like, this little jig.
Oh, I can turn Gallon invisible. Imagine like a sneak attack.
Oh my god!
A sneak attack, but instead of like, oh my god, if you are a paladin, arcane trickster mix, imagine the sneak attack crit smite combo.
Oof. Big battle. Oof.
You want some DPS with that?
You want some fucking extra smite with that?
You know what? I want some Hexblade with that.
You can do it.
He's a
God.
hexblade, and he's gonna do
Okay,
some
so-
damage on you.
So,
Okay.
Halson, who are you going with? Or are you just
Bellows.
going back to
Her and Bellows are
Bellows.
going back to the room.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to plot out a necklace.
All right, and then Francis and I are going to go talk to the guards, and then Gallon is probably
Talk to
going to be
Jack.
killed by the hamper.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're gonna just start with Francis and Akira. You get to the office, and 4 people are dead.
We missed a party.
No, these are just the same thing that happened to the guys over at the factory.
One
Oh,
person
right.
is dead via
Via the what?
a fucking what is it called? A bullet to the brain, while the other ones are just dead from disconnect.
This is gonna be interesting. We go ahead and step in. Are they just kind of lying there, or are there people like moving them?
No, they're moving. They're being moved.
All right. Do we see Jack here, or is he in his office?
Jack is a little disheveled, and he is in his office, currently with like a whiteboard kind of deal and like some chalk, or a blackboard and some chalk.
Just kind of like knock on the door.
Oh,
Hey, Jack.
Sorry if we are
So-
interrupting. Looks like you are busy.
Oh, it's fine. I just had 6 cups of coffee. You know.
And also,
You know,
some of your
that's
people
not
are dead.
healthy. Yeah. So we have good news.
Same. I hope yours is way better than mine.
You kind of saw the effects of my good news. It's out there being dragged up and moved.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
yeah,
We killed the creature.
Good or killed?
it's very dead. Very,
Head
very
cut,
dead.
head cut off, head cut off, and then dissected, and then
Before he starts saying all those things, Francis closed the door.
and I will regale Jack the tale of what happened.
Okay. I don't have your reward right now. That'll be probably.
Nah, you know where.
It's a very good regaling.
Well, while you're telling the story, it's just Francis is talking to Jack the specifics. You know where to find us. I'll make sure that the reward gets to where it needs to go. And also, for your sensibilities, I have a gift for you.
What is it?
Come here. I grabbed the turret and I put it on the desk and I disconnect the mister.
Takes the mister.
Yep. No, so I disconnect the mister, and with a little bit of tweaking of the connector, I'm like, here, give me your wrist.
Yep.
And basically, I equip it to his wrist so that it's like a web shooter from Spider-Man.
But instead it's mist.
It's the literal like water gun web shooter.
Yep.
From
Damn it, I need one.
the early fucking 2000.
And I'm like, so this proved to be, kind of useful. It had some unforeseen effects on the things that it affected, but I think you'll appreciate having this. As I give him
He like was there. How does this trigger? And just like slightly spritz you in the face. Sorry.
just kind of blinks. Well, there's one more spray in that. Here, take this. I'll give him the full holy water.
Okay. Puts that on his
Then-
person.
Yeah, no. So that is filled with holy water or your choice of liquid.
Eventually, fucking
Um,
Jack is just going to turn to Inspector Gadget with all the shit that's going on in this town.
Yep. Hey, but yeah, no, it's just like, and I figured since we got lucky. I didn't expect everything that we were going to be looking for after the thing died, just up and dead and or dying after it died. So that was lucky. But in the future, if ever now that all this exists and whatnot, this is at least a way you can, if you have a suspect of somebody, you can conceal it really easy and just hit them with a spritz of water. Maybe hide it in a sneeze. And with it being holy water, if they are what you suspect them to be, they should, from my experience, which is not much, but it seems to be very effective, make them at least flinch. Or
Good
like
to know.
sizzle away like it's acid.
Nice. Well, I've talked to several people, and your reward will be increased.
Yeah, at this point, we're 3 for 3. The next thing we do, we're just going to go in with the expectations it's going to get way worse.
You know, I started this thing out with a B&E, and now I'm going through nationwide conspiracies and vampires. So,
I feel like you're not getting paid enough.
I think I should go into the private sector, kind of, but this is stable. There are
Yeah, and
normal
hey,
days.
on the bright side, we're 3 for 3, which means if it's us that gets it, we can handle it and help you through it.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind when I have something that's stumping me.
Yeah, well, if ever we're around, all you have to do is ask, Jack. Thanks for taking all of it with a grain of salt, I think is the best way to say it.
More like a salt lick.
No joke.
Now I can turn in that paperwork for
Mm-hmm.
saying that the vampire hunters are here. Things like that.
Yeah, they're currently, at the moment, you're probably going to have a large influx of bodies, especially centered around I tell them which factory, that might have an increasing amount of holes in their chest. That's just that Gideon fella doing his job.
Figured. Gonna have to have the overseer for the lower district talk to them about payment, as well as conjunction with the middle district.
Yeah, well, either way, I figured you'd appreciate that. He gestures to the mister, just for future reference. I mean, I can only imagine, you're already going through enough stress. You don't need the stress of not knowing who's friend and or foe in your own, amongst your own peers to, make life harder for you. At least that way you'll know. I will warn you, though, if you suspect more than one, I probably wouldn't use it, because it pisses them off real good.
I'll keep that in mind. But the bounty setup has been increased to 450.
Well, that's always nice.
Yeah. Unfortunately, due to adventures in life and, what we hired you on for, that's about as much as they could get.
Hey, to be honest, I mean, they took it on, though expecting as much as they were getting. More people jumped on. It just makes things spread easier. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Fortunately, it's for, the original partakers of the bounty each, so you'll have to spread that amount.
Yeah, we'll leave it to the 3 of them that started it. So that being said, again, go ahead and have it sent to me. I'll be sure it gets to where it belongs. I'll look to Akir. I won't do anything funny. What's yours is yours.
I appreciate it. Jack.
Yes.
I am sorry that this seems to have gotten out of hand.
It happens a lot.
It does. I mean, moving up to the big city, you expect a lot of excitement. Worked my way up from a guardsman to this over the course of a couple of years. It's not I will say this is kind of the weirdest fucking things I've ever had to deal with, but there has always been excitement in this city. Ever since 12 years ago.
Just gonna let you know that if the next bounty turns out to be something like this, I may need to opt out. Don't have time to spend on this type of endeavors every day.
Yeah, you can definitely opt out of the bounty and we'll send somebody out.
That's only to be expected. This one was kind of a serious issue. That being said, Jack, you do your best to, not tweak out too much. I would highly recommend getting something from the Willow. It's very not. It's energizing without, risking your heart exploding.
I'll take that under advisement. So, I will say a lot of things come to light. Do me a favor. Make sure
Yeah, of course, yeah.
that Gallon fellow doesn't turn out to be a monster.
I'll say this to you in absolute confidence. I've already had a discussion with Gallon and already told him if he decides to get out of line, and trust me, I have the most to lose if he does. I'm not going to give him a chance to hurt anybody. And if he means what he says and would rather die than let that happen, we'll make sure that a problem never occurs.
Good. It's not the first time we've had to deal with monsters in the city making deals, but vampires are a different breed.
Yeah.
As,
At least with, At least, with everything we've been through, I've earned at least enough rapport to, if I'm the one that's saying it, it's at least being taken care of.
yeah. All right. Well, I'll let you get to your stuff. I'm probably going to not be here much longer.
All right. Do you want me to make the report to the Adventurers Guild, or do you want to take care of that?
I'll send it tomorrow morning.
All right. Enjoy that, Jack. If ever it needs a tune-up, you know where to find me.
Will do. And you leave the office.
Mm-hmm.
Francis, so are you eager to return home?
I was working on a project, yes, that's my intent, but why? Do you have something in mind?
Just to help you along your way. And I will...
Look, I don't... Yeah. If you have other business... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just merely... It's been a long day, I just wish to go home. Go back to my bed and wait.
Yeah, speaking of... If you're not busy...
Go ahead.
If you're not busy tonight, go ahead and meet me at the Willow. I'm not... this is out of earshot from everyone else, mind you. I'm not saying this in the middle of the precinct. We've walked out and we're walking. I'm not sure how exactly to call on this guardian that's over Oscar. I think I got lucky the first time I met him and spoke to it. But I have ideas, I have thoughts, and I think I understand it well enough to maybe be able to prompt it into a conversation tonight. So if you don't mind meeting me roughly around 11...
Wait. This is now.
My understanding is it's closer to night when it's most effective. That's when it used to start appearing on its own.
Well, I may wait. I could go for a good meal anyway.
Well,
see you at home.
After everything we've been through. All right. I'll see you at 11 then. It should be about the time Oscar gets to bed.
I'm going with you to your home to eat food there.
Oh. Today's been a long day and I didn't want to do anything. And
You
then
don't
Francis
have
and
to.
then...
You don't have to anymore, but here. And I'm going to take out the Citurn again and cast another spell because it seems exciting. And I'm going to cast Fly on myself. And I
Is that
regrow
absolutely is that absolutely necessary, or...
Is that what? Absolutely what?
No, you fly. Or are you just gonna, do that thing where you're hovering just off the ground and floating forward like a Segway?
Oh, no, I grow my fiery wings. I grow my fiery wings, and then I offer you my hand. Shall we?
Guards look over at you guys. Do you have a permit?
Yes.
Talk to Jack, and I'll take his hand because he's faster.
Yep.
Hey.
And I fly. Flying 60 feet, dashing 120 feet. Over the things, over to his tavern.
No way they're gonna catch you. Which
I like to think that Francis is just flapping in the wind.
I imagine more so like his like mouth is agape and like just air like doing the
It's like
he just slides on his
6 times
goggles.
faster than
Let's
he
do
normally
this.
goes.
Sokka.
But yeah, no. But that's I think that's Francis and Nakir for the time being.
Yeah, just get us there as quickly as possible because this Sid Turner's awesome and I want to use up his abilities.
Mm-hmm. Bellos and Holson, are you doing anything?
Holson is tracing out a little design for a necklace to give to Francis. She's not a great artist, but she's trying her best. Sleight of hand.
It is
Not great. She's trying her best. She doesn't design jewelry.
Take my reroll because I got no use for it.
A reroll. I have a reroll. It doesn't matter. It's slightly better.
Personally, I thought it would have been funny as in that one. You would have gone over to Curly and been like, "Does that look good?" And she'd be like, "Oh yeah."
It's pretty decent drawing, basic rough.
It's basically she's trying to get like the idea of like an old European cut for the gym, and have it be like a circle pendant type thing with like brushed nickel, and it's just gonna be a necklace.
All right.
So she'll write down these things like necklace, brushed nickel, cut, old European, but it really just looks kind of like a whole bunch of X's in a circle.
Old Calbastian. Or current Calbastian.
Yes. But, yeah. So she draws that out and shows Bellos and be like, "Do you think this looks okay?"
I think it looks good.
Cool. Do you think a nature person would like it? I don't know.
What type of nature person?
Oh, she goes out and sits and thinks in nature. Now.
Now?
Well, she didn't used to do that. Usually she made the nature go after people. You try running away. You try running away and then having a vine catch your ankle. You can't run away. You get away with nothing.
I'm slightly confused. Are we talking about Sigma or?
No, my mom.
Oh, your mother.
Yeah, I thought it would be nice.
Your mother?
What?
Your mother is like a druid or a...
She's, a cleric of nature.
Ooh.
She's friends with a bunch of druids.
I see.
So, they teach you things. She teaches them things. You don't get away with shit as a child.
Explains the mean streak.
You get, you try to run, you try to go too far, you get a vine that grabs you. Let's see, what did, my dad was really nice, he was a bit of a pushover, but he can cast darkness at a moment's notice.
Oh my goodness, is that why? Is that why you're like that with him? You have mommy issues.
Yeah. She doesn't know anything. And she'll put her hands to her mouth and she'll, look around. She can't see anything invisible, but just in case she spies on her. And then she'll fold up the stuff really quickly.
That's why you treat
you know-
Francis like that.
Yeah.
You see. Oh, that's funny. Well,
Somebody's got to.
I mean, his kids
But,
take care of that for him, you know. But you basically see your mom in Francis.
I do. Francis
That
is a mom.
explains. Yes, he is.
God, wait.
His mom
he
and a
is.
dad. But he's mostly a mom.
Yes, it's probably why they call him Franny.
Yeah.
But you know, he's so interesting. So, what cleric of? I know nature, but what god?
Will make me
anything like your
search.
father, you know.
Is it Saloon or whatever?
It is Saloon, yeah. Thank you for knowing more about my backstory than I do.
I was just, I
At
guess,
any
like
given moment.
one of the main nature gods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you would have said Green Man, there would have been an issue later on in the story.
You know, maybe she likes the Green Man. Who knows?
There might be a small issue in the future of the story.
My mom would literally disintegrate you.
Oh, Francis would not care. He'd hold his ground.
He would hold his ground and his grudge. He's spiteful that way.
But yeah, she'll just be like, Saloon, there's a grove near where we live.
That's nice.
I'm pretty sure she put the grove there, but there's a grove where we live.
It's a high possibility. If she's a nature cleric.
But
You didn't get away with shit.
no,
Because nature was all around you, right? Because you lived in one of the most nature-infested places.
still a city. And then they're just gonna sit here and talk about that the entire, like, they're just shoot the shit essentially. Eventually she does want to go over to Quill.
Yeah. Bill is
And she's,
passed the fuck out.
she'll knock on the door. She's gonna wake him up.
Fucking like you see Quill open the door and like his head is at a 45-degree angle. Huh?
I'm gonna pop 20 gold in his hand. Good night.
You just puff up feathers and you just hear oh, okay.
I'm already walking away. So I can see you in the morning.
Thank you. What? Just
Sorry. I'm sorry, just in my head, and this is just me as a player, I partially feel like Quill has started to develop a crush on Holson, and I swear to God, he was about to say, "Who the fuck says thank you?"
It won't go anywhere. Poor little man.
I know, it's just the way. For some reason, I feel like that's happening.
Is so tragic.
It's so tragic.
So tragic.
But she pays him. Woke him up in the middle of his sleep, just gave him gold and walked away.
He had a crick in his neck while he's sleeping. He slept on books.
I know how that is. I sleep like that sometimes with my neck like at a 90-degree angle right up against the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Gave him his gold.
20 gold
Wanted to make
pieces.
sure that happened before I forgot.
Before you fucking forget that this boy needs to get paid extra for all the shit.
I took 20 gold out of my paycheck just for him.
All right. So
Didn't do shit, but I'll tell him. See you in the morning. Get used to. We have to find somebody else to, blow shavings on. If we don't, it's gonna be you. And she'll chuckle and walk away.
It's
He
just
does
like
not want to get crushed.
a reversal. Pulls out an Uno reverse card. You get crushed. So, Gallon, you stick around with Travis and Gideon as you clean up,
Conversation.
and it's with the three of you. It's a fairly slow process, but you go through every nook and cranny of every adjacent building, every fucking person that was either under influence doing the stress testing. It takes you about an hour.
Okay.
All right, they're free to go. These ones are dead. Ah, not a bad night's hunt.
No, it was not. Do
Looks over at you. So, you were helpful.
I try.
And that's good. You should want to try. So, hotel?
Yeah, let's have that conversation.
Mhm. As you make your way to the hotel, taking another amount of time, you are now in the hotel. Travis takes a small bow. I'll be returning to you in a moment. I'm going to go get some food. You do what you need to do, Travis.
You know what? As Travis walks away, well, as like he's about to turn away, I'll hold up a fist just for like a quick fist bump before we go upstairs.
Roll me a charisma, like, persuasion check.
Okay. $18.
He, like, looks at the fists, looks at you, looks at the fist, raises his fist up, and then, like, lightly taps your fist
That's all Gallon wanted.
and makes his way.
That's all I wanted.
Mm-hmm. Now that we got to ourselves,
Yeah.
let's have that talk.
All right.
Drink?
What kind?
Well, I'm definitely not offering myself, so we have
That's
liquor,
not what I meant. I was water.
whiskey, bourbon.
Water sounds nice.
All right. Here you go.
I don't drink alcohol. I like to stay sharp.
Interesting. As he drinks a swig of his canteen as well as like sipping on a glass of whiskey.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see if we can find different ambiance for this. Nope. Don't want that one.
That's the foul blood music.
Yep, it is. This works.
Okay.
As he puts a gramophone on, wax cylinder, puts it on. Some perks of the job. Get into Class 3 joints. Listen to some nice music.
It is nice. So,
First off, you were never here. You were never here.
in this room or anywhere
No.
near you?
I never found you.
Got it.
See, the code is very particular. Any loose ends, strings, things like that, potential threats, dead immediately. It's also kind of why I held slightly back. Just in case you decided to take me out.
It's all right.
Just so we're on the same level.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So, here's the deal. And it's one time only. I'll assist you. So long as you keep on the straight and narrow, feed me intel, and I don't catch a whiff of any foul deeds.
Sounds good to me. How are you gonna help me?
You seem to be very much in the wanting things or expressing yourself. Because you mentioned to me a Lord Kench.
I sure did.
You're not the first one to mention a Lord Kench to me. Miguel mentioned it. Said that you were something. But also said that your name was spoken out of your mouth, but he couldn't understand it. Which makes me believe that you're not technically alone.
It's complicated.
And I'd like things to be simple. So, what do you want? Besides the standard, don't kill me, and all that type of stuff.
Overall, I would love Kenshi's head.
Well, I do know of Lord Kench. Heard things.
What do you know?
Well, majority of things that I know are not good.
That's
in any remark.
That sounds right.
I don't come from these isles and, that nature, but I do come from the Aldean Dominion. I've heard my fair share of stories near the center of the trades market.
Yeah, he's bad.
Mm-hmm. And I've also heard about the Butcher of Burlem.
Butch Burl. Do I recognize this? Is this something That needs to
You
be.
should know this.
Is this something that needs to be typed to me? I feel like it does.
This is from your backstory.
So Burlum, oh,
Oh, there it is. The Bastard Executioner.
yeah. What do you know about him?
I have a feeling I know a little bit more. Saying you here.
Yeah. It is me. I just want you to know. He did have a control on me.
Oh, I figured. You know, vamps, suckers, leeches.
That was...
They get into your skin and into your heart and into your brain. Control your actions and make them think you were yours. I don't blame you for being the executioner. No. I have no qualms about that. But it's very interesting to me that he let you go.
He didn't let me. No. He did not let me.
Well, he didn't try very hard to find you either.
Because he thought I was dead.
Yet here you are.
Yet here I am. And... I'd really like it to, that to stay between us.
I have no intention to reveal your true nature. If that's what you mean. At least not at this moment. And I won't mention to your friends that you are the Butcher of Barlow. Because I probably won't see them at all. If I can help.
Well, thank you. It's...
But after Berlin, I heard rumors and thoughts. Quandaries. Because after Berlin, that man apparently got more... I guess the word would be ballsy. And took Abin Sooked. As well as gained several people to his side. His Grand Commanders.
I figured he'd only be getting stronger.
Especially with the rise of strange new creatures and the Jakardian Empire being the main distributor of magical creature parts. That influence spreads quite far.
Yeah.
Beyond the borders. So, if I were you, don't be kicking the wasp nest until you're ready. Don't do anything too flashy or... hell. Don't go anywhere you're not really invited. Even if you're invited, be careful.
I
I'll
will...
do more research and I'll let you know.
You know what? Thank you.
That's about as much courtesy I can give you at this moment. You helped us out. Kind of delayed our hunt, but in the end, you've proven yourself to be capable, as well as capable of holding back that thirst. I saw how you were looking down there. It wasn't well. But you held it together for now. But as soon as that thirst comes in, it's open season. And I'll know. And I will find you.
And I would deserve it.
Think of it as a mercy. But besides these little boons and things like that, of our strange little accord, anything else you ask?
That, Miguel? He,
Mhm.
is he gonna still be looking for me here?
Let's just say our main quarry is gone and you're a little fish. For now. We have other business to take care of in other places.
Well, that's good.
Doesn't mean that we won't have people around, so be on your best behavior.
I always try to be.
I try to be as amicable as I can be. When I see an opportunity for interesting fortune, I try and go for it.
And
But
I
I
have
know
to.
one
What?
thing. Miguel, he doesn't hold back. If you're in his sights, not even hell can stop him.
You know what? I think I could believe that. That old bastard packs a mean punch.
It's not even the worst of it. Probably thought you were Spawn. When I heard the newbies got their ass kicked by you and that other fella. As he sips on his whiskey, giving you a look. Now,
Yeah.
I noticed one of them could climb around like you. But he seemed to be too much of a chatty, I guess you could say a foreman for you lot. To be the guy that came down there. Whoever they were. I hope you keep tabs on them.
I am.
Good. Make sure they're not doing anything either.
They aren't.
Because they're technically free game.
They aren't, and they don't.
Just make sure that they're not in our crosshairs. Alright. It's getting late.
Yeah.
Think you Could find your way home.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. It was nice not meeting you.
Likewise.
And I will put my hand out for a handshake.
He looks down, gives you a handshake. Firm.
Okay. Cool. And then I will, well. So, is Travis gonna follow along with the same?
Travis is loyal to me.
Okay.
Plus, he's not, unfamiliar with monsters.
Yeah.
And the necessity of making deals with the devil.
Alright. He, seems like a good guy.
Oh, yes. A little lacking in the expression department, but that's about it.
Alright, well, guess I'll be off.
As you should.
And I will leave. And I will, tap on Akir's door.
Well, he's not there.
No, he is not.
You'll
Okay.
be knocking for a while.
You'd be knocking for hours.
No, I knock, and then I'm like, and then I listen. Obviously, there's nothing in there.
Stop, look, and listen. Yeah.
Then I will just, I'll go back to the tavern.
You
Hello.
do see on your way down Travis speaking into what seems to be a sending stone.
Can I hear
As he
you?
rubs his eyes and puts it away.
Could I have heard what he was saying?
Roll me a perception check. Just a general one.
19.
19. We found the nest. It's taken care of. We'll meet you in the morning. Stay here. We cleared out most of them. And with a 19, you see him as he's putting his glasses back on, as you see reptilian-like slits where his eyes are.
Oh, shit! Yet he just looks like a normal dude, huh?
Mm-hmm. As he does a nod and goes past you.
Okay. I'll give him the nod back and leave.
All right.
Oh, survive the vampire hunters.
Mm-hmm.
And the vampire.
And the vampire. Yeah. So, as you speed your way down to the Whispering Hollow.
Isn't it Willow?
Willow. Yeah, my bad. Whispering Willow. You feel like slobber marks all on the side of your face a little bit. Your hair's all fucked up.
My hair's always fucked up.
Yeah, but like more so, you look like you have like a ice cream scoop type head.
Mm-hmm.
Like a McDonald's like saucer code. So you adjust yourself, go in, and it's around about that time where you get food. The kids are basically going to bed,
Mm-hmm.
so Buddy, as well as the rest of your employees, are there. Margaret is currently sleeping in a chair or with a book.
I mean, is that? I ask if that's normal and if she's okay with it.
With with Margaret sleeping in a chair.
Yeah.
Buddy's like, yeah, it's normal. You know, spending the
Don't
whole
need
day
to.
with your youngest. You know.
Yeah, I need to ask her about that. See if she's doing an immaculate job.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
she's up for, you know, about 16 hours every day.
yeah. Well, and I'll have to see if there's anything I. That being said, if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow should be a day I can keep an eye on the kids, the ones that are willing to let me. So, if you two want to look into Buddy and Greta, if you take some time for your, by all
I'm good
means,
on my time. Greta's like, I could do a little bit of shopping.
by all means, you've earned some rest, and I'm not sure if any of the kids have been giving you too. I never expected they would, but they can sometimes.
Em and Scratch have been very, let's just say, testing their limits, trying to elude me.
Yeah, they're crafty, so I'm pretty sure they've gotten away.
They've gotten away once. I
Wow.
mentioned one of them.
I was been meaning to ask, you've been watching them. What's your take on Wave and Adrift?
Wave is. Well, I found out his name is Sherman. Wave is the most talented buffoon I've ever seen.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And I still don't know the girl's name. True one. Because she is more elusive than your kids.
Yeah, I got that sense.
Same energy as M a little bit, but definitely pushes the limits. Not
Yeah.
bad, but
It reminds me of the way they were when we were up in Bay, or the formerly known as Newland Bay, from what I hear.
But they seem to be fine. Do normal kid stuff, pull pranks, make sure there's nobody hurt. But I will say that M has been starting fights.
Francis narrows his eyes. From what I remember, it's usually for a reason, like, a bully picking on one of the others, or that's normal for her.
She provokes it.
Francis narrows his eyes.
She seems to be testing her limits and trying to prove something. I don't know too much about your past, but there's definitely something unresolved.
Thanks for letting me know. I'll do what I can to see if I can't figure out a good way of bringing it up.
Yeah. She beat the crap out of a 16-year-old.
Half of me wants to say "atta girl," the other half of me now knows he probably started it. Wants to say "what the hell."
Mm-hmm. So, that's the oldest she's gone so far.
Yeah. Again, I'll see if I can't find a good opportunity to maybe talk to her about it, see what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Scratch has been
Scratch.
interesting, as well as the little flying pig. Do you have healer's insurance for your kids?
You know, I haven't had the chance to go and get some.
You might want to start. Scratch is running off roofs and just hoping and just like assuming Gibble will just glide them away. It happens sometimes, and sometimes they're just lucky.
Yeah, Scratch is lucky that way. I'll have to have a talk with him too.
The farthest I've seen Gibble fly is about 20 feet from a building to building, and that was a stretch.
I'll have to talk with Scratch.
He's gone to call himself the Night Flyer.
Scratch just immediately
Yes.
kind of like puts his elbows on the table and holds his hand over his face. You know, at least he's giving himself a name. I mean, I'm pretty sure you've heard what we've been called in recent weeks.
The Orphan Parade, the Outsiders, the
You
fun
know, I'm
people.
just gonna whether or not, if anything, I'm probably just gonna have like accept the Outsiders name so that hopefully that sticks more than the Orphan Parade. God.
Mm-hmm. There was one that I found kind of funny.
Which one?
Grumpy and the Rest.
Francis just kind of stares. I'm gonna stop you there. And I'm gonna go ahead and wish you a pleasant evening, restful night, and a good.
Mm-hmm. So,
I'm glad the kids aren't testing you too much, and hey, it's I'm glad you're enjoying your job.
it's very interesting. It's very different from my previous jobs as a runner. So,
Yeah, well, hey, you keep doing what you're doing, and I'll be sure to keep paying you.
mm-hmm.
And she leaves after that.
All right. Yep, she does.
All right. When she leaves, and it's just Buddy and Akir, Francis immediately just kind of like rests at the table. Oh my god, kids.
Grumpy and the Rest, huh?
Grumpy and the rest. And you know what? I don't need to be a scholar to figure out who the Grumpy is. It's obviously Holson. As Francis looks up. Huh?
I don't know.
No, I'm being facetious. It's me. That being said, he looks up to the stairs where the kids are sleeping, and he'll look over to Buddy. Does the spirit keep appearing at night, Buddy?
It's been going on and off. I will say that there was a disturbing incident. I failed to mention it because it only happened the once.
What happened?
The kid was gone, but the armor stayed. And then I noticed that it was semi-translucent.
You know, I feel like that is important.
Yeah, I mean,
yesterday.
Mm.
when I was here,
Mm-hmm.
Francis will look over to Akir. Well, let's see if we can't get an audience with this guardian. Come on, buddy. I might need you for this.
All right. As you go
And yep,
Yep.
with Akir in tow.
Kieran Toe. You go up to the room. They are knocked the hell out.
Is Vickery like sleeping on top of or to the side of Oscar? Because I'm pretty sure Scrap is.
Yep. Scrap is in the bed. Vickery is not allowed in the bed.
Claws.
Yep.
Is Vickery awake?
Vickery is, as you open the door, raises their head, like looks at you. They were slightly resting.
Come on, Vickery. Sorry to. I'll speak in hushed tones for the kids.
Mhm.
Might need your help on something.
Is it time to speak again?
Are you able to call to the shield?
I have been able to understand it, so I can be its mouthpiece if need be. If it shows.
About how long do we have to wait for it to show, or can we call to it?
We can make an attempt. You seem to have resonated with it slightly last time. It has been on its cycle. But the areas change.
Well, let's see if we can't make it work. At least, if not tonight, maybe tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And what do I have to do in order to try and get it?
That is a persuasion check.
Might I get an inspiration?
I have no more bardic inspiration unless you want. Unless I had enough time for a short rest, but that'd be like the third one today. I don't know if you want to do that.
It would have been just, the tail end, so it's fine.
Okay. Then yes, I will both inspire you and help you because I'm proficient with persuasion.
Alright.
And also, I'm the one who
Alright.
wishes to make a deal with it.
Yep. Alright, where is it? Okay, persuasion. Ding! With the D8, because I'm using it on this. 27.
27. All right. Let's see if this is. Nope. Two. As you call out to it, what do you say?
I will say, Almighty Shield. That is, what was it? That was once a piece of the Great White Dragon. I need to speak with you. I have found something, someone, that is interested in taking on your quest. One who has proven himself worthy to take on your cause. And in fact already has prior knowledge based on the clues you've given me.
As you say this, the room starts to get cold. As A pure bluish white light expands into a mist emanating from Grace's chest, slipping past like an extending shadow against the wall as this rough-hewn armor of draconic make steps through silently. And looks towards you. Both.
What's Akir's last name?
Oh, he doesn't technically have one.
Ah,
But in his homeland, he would be known as Akir Al-Sardik because Al means from.
all right. But yeah, no. So Francis, looking up at the spirit. Thank you for answering. I present to you Akir, a champion from Waswari. One who, with the information you've given to me, already has a strong basis to begin his investigation. Or the investigation for finding, well, the children that you asked me to seek for. I fought alongside him. I have shed blood and sweat and tears with him, and found him to be worthy to take on your cause.
Do I see the armor?
You do see the armor.
And then Francis will look to you and kind of give you the floor, Akir.
Akir will hold himself tall, kind of used to this kind of display, honestly. And he'll step forward. I do not know of you, but I know of your quest. I am Akir Al-Sardik, in the land of authority, as you have been told. I was told that there are eggs, children of dragons that need to be saved. And I can think of 4 reasons alone about why I can champion your cause. Can you speak? Do you desire for me to prove my case?
The vacant voids behind the visor flare up with this white eye, white crystalline blue eye, like a flame, like a flick, like a candle. As it looks towards you, and then you hear Vickery speak. This quest of championing, you find yourself worthy. There are tasks to be done. What is your reason for heralding this quest?
I honor the legacy of dragons. I have within me the power given to me by a brass ancestor, given me wings of fire and the ability to heal and protect those I care about. I am championing a blue dragon in Wasari who seeks to have his legend grow, and as so, he would be more than willing to adopt these young dragons, if for no other reason to have his story grow. They will be safe. That said, my reasons is, I seek 2 things. Power, and to make the world a better place.
The will of my mistress. The will that I was created from, as well as her former champions. You say that you desire power. Is it a power of your own ambition, the growth of a legend, or the actual true power of actually protecting one that you love?
A power so none may stand to harm those I care about.
I understand this power, that need, the desire, the duty. There is an inkling of interest,
I
a
have
need.
an idea. Something that may pique your interest further. You need the Drake as a mouthpiece for now. But I have with me, and I turn and I point towards Zara, a vessel with no soul. Should you desire, I may allow you to occupy it, and I may change it to suit your needs. That way you can speak with your own voice and enforce your own will.
These conditions seem amenable. But there are two conditions that must be made in order for this to happen.
Speak your terms.
Verily three. You must earn the trust of this boy wholeheartedly. Secondly, this is unfortunate but a necessary key piece. The boy must feel death. It is
You visibly notice Francis tense up and stare at this thing with anger.
And the
even
third,
for a moment. You must face me.
we have finished fighting a horde of vampires recently, and my resources are exhausted. I shall face you, yes, but when I am at my best.
Until then, these conditions
I shall find a
need to
way
be.
to earn the boy's trust. And do not worry, Francis. There must be a way to feel death without dying.
I'll just be looking at this spirit, and if there's a way you can, in order to avoid that entirely, do so. Whatever it needs, whatever it costs, whatever leads to no harm coming to the boy.
I will protect the boy with my all, for every bit of my essence.
I have
The
but one more
core essence.
request, Guardian.
Speak your terms.
Do you have a name I may come to know you by? Or are you simply Guardian?
Epoch. The Drake male of the stars.
I imagine it's APOCH.
EPOCH.
Evie.
The Drake male.
Of the star. Very well, Epoch. I will prove myself to you. I will earn the boy's trust. I will face you in combat. And then, hopefully, he will be able to taste a temporary relief of death.
It is the unfortunate curse that belongs to the vessel that I lie within. An incomplete measure, done with haste. My mistress would not want this, but it is. Therefore, it must be.
I understand the absolutes of dragons. I know why. And I assure you I will abide to your rituals.
If you fail and try to force this vessel, your mind, your scales shall turn to rot and turn to stardust. Be warned.
I accept. I am, after all, a hero. You will come to know my legend.
We shall see.
Francis, we should leave. We have much to discuss.
I shall keep watch over the boy.
It has been an honor, Epoch. And I give him a polite bow, or a respectful bow.
Francis is just looking him straight in the eyes. Yeah. You keep doing what you're supposed to.
He grows strong, and his aging has become lessened.
As we agreed.
Indeed. He will learn much. You have raised a fine successor to your name.
Yeah. All of them are.
As Epoch turns back into this light mist as he re-enters into Oscar's body.
Francis barely gives that light the time of day before he's already out the door, only being quiet enough to make sure he doesn't wake the kids.
Okay. Vickery regains her own voice once again. And continues to guard Oscar.
If Fakir and Buddy are Francis, like after the door, as fast as his little legs will carry him in a angry huff, making his way to the back alley behind the willow.
That is some heavy stuff.
Necessary, though. To break the bonds, one must feel death. The same will be needed to separate Zara from myself.
So if you guys are following him, once you guys make it out into the is the crow or is the what was it the
It's taken us he is passed out with a cigar that is currently lit, and every time he snores, it puffs and blows out.
Well, he's about to get a rude awakening because Francis grabs the crate of glass he can. Or first crate, or first thing he can grab to throw that isn't like valuable things. As you visibly see him grab this crate and just yell.
He fucking sits up, fucking cleans everything as he's going along, and just fucking runs into the building.
And Francis is just there, just like his shoulders heaving. Just he's so angry right now.
For y'all?
I apologize, Francis, but I assumed you knew there would be sacrifices necessary.
Yes, of course I knew. Of course I knew. From the very second I heard that Oscar was the one that championed the damn shield, I knew.
Do not worry, you will not be his burden for long.
Yeah, but guess what? Something has to happen to him in order for that to change.
You will not last.
And I, for one, that's just the thing. Alright? How in the hell am I supposed to trust anything that could possibly save Oscar from death?
Trust the ones who have died before.
They died. They're gone. Alright? And I'll be damned if I risk Oscar's life like that.
We do not have a choice.
Yeah, but
Not if you want him to remain a child.
that's what I'm wrestling with. Alright? Because guess what? I know what needs to be happened. The best possible chance for all of this to succeed. And that is to trust the fucking gods with the life of my kid. Alright?
Face is
And you don't know me. You don't know me. But I've seen them fucking fail before. Not only fail, straight up ignore people who ask for their help. People, mind you, who were devout followers.
I never
All right.
was one to put my faith in the gods. All of my faith belongs to Sorik, a creature who I know can succeed.
And you know what? By all extensive purposes, as far as the way you've explained him, he's absolutely no different.
Of course. Rulers cannot take care of everything at once. There can never be perfection. There cannot be good without evil, success without failure. But what we must do
Yes,
is
but absolutely
continue
ignoring.
on.
It's just, God. Then Francis kicks something that's nearby.
Buddy's like, oh, there's a lot more than I thought. But
And
there
I'm-
has to be something we can do. The kid's good, but
I'm saving up money for the I'm currently planning on saving all the money I can for a resurrection as well. But the spirit said that he will do everything in his power to ensure death does not come to the child, meaning it may have a way to prevent its death should it come.
Francis will openly punch a dumpster.
okay, roll me the hit.
You're gonna break those gauntlets.
Yeah. He doesn't care, man. He's angry. Athletics, right?
Nope, just
Or
straight,
a roll to hit. Roll to hit, yeah.
straight
I
up on
think,
that.
this is, was it a D20 plus 4?
Yeah,
Unarmed strike plus your proficiency bonus
14.
plus your strength modifier.
You dent it
Yeah.
fairly well.
And all of those steps, I have no problem with you getting to know Oscar. He's a great kid. You'll learn to love him. Getting to trust him, you'll Oscar will challenge you in ways you never expected to be challenged, and it will be a growth for you. You know what? And the second step where you have to fight him, you fight this dragon male, you could definitely pull it off. I've seen you at work. But the one step that has to happen, I have to trust not only the gods, but the spirit itself, who has been, mind you, I've seen make one man go insane, alright, and has already had 2 of my friends die in his service. Do you not understand how this is difficult for me?
Listen, don't trust it, but trust me. I seek no harm for your boy, and will do anything I can to prevent his death. I have methods. I know things. I'm not great when it comes to acting on my thoughts, but I know things. And I will ensure the boy's survival one way or another.
Francis takes a moment and kind of takes in a deep breath. Yeah.
And if not, you have permission to kill me. The last thing I want on my conscience is knowing that I killed a child.
Yeah, no, don't want that, but I'll look over to Buddy. At the end of the day, this is all whether or not if he wants to it too.
I'll do any for the kid. I'll fight for him. And I'll try and find some sort of way to help him out.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, all of us are arguing over this, me freaking out about potentially having to... We need to ask him what he wants to do.
That will wait until tomorrow.
Wouldn't that be a little
Yeah.
biased? He's possessed by the thing.
He still holds his independence. When I talked to him earlier, he still has a personality of his own. Maybe he wishes to just to be a kid too.
Well, we'll have to keep our attention on him then. And yeah.
This has been bugging me a little bit since we've gotten this far in, like, now we're talking about him. Why did it choose Oscar?
What it told me when I first got to speak to it was the only way that it could find its next champion was to bond to somebody that was connected and bonded to the previous champion. First, it was Ambek. You didn't meet him, he was a little white kobold.
While
Right.
while Francis is telling him this, I'd just like to do message to Wholesome saying we might need your help out back. Francis is having anger episode.
Wholesome's in her room,
Mhm.
but she's probably heard things being thrown.
Oh,
She
yeah.
doesn't
You
sleep at 4
sound like there's a
hours.
fight out there
It's
for
like-
a second.
She can hear Francis yelling. She's like, I don't know why he's so upset, but sure.
There's a backstory reason, guys.
Yeah, you told me.
We all know.
Why. Akira doesn't know. Akira just
We
trying to
all
get you.
know. But
Yeah.
But
she's
asking
just
for
like,
Wholesome's help because you
trying to
know
sleep.
him longer.
yeah, she'll walk outside.
And
Does
then
that mini
Francis-
armor on? She's just sleeping. But she can't trance in these conditions.
Can't work in these
Fran-
fucking conditions anymore.
No, Francis sees Holson and he just kind of like throws his hands up and lets them fall. Now I'm just pissing people off.
What never?
You fine?
Nah.
I am not the person you want to piss off. It's the person who's in my room, who is just centimeters away from waking up. I don't think we
If I
want
wake
Bello
you
to
up,
wake up. I'm
if I wake you
fine.
up, Holson,
I
I'm
can go
sorry.
back to sleep. Just like that. And she snaps her finger. Bellows can't.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and count my lucky stars that I did it.
She's a lot more violent than I am. When in a rage. So who?
Yeah, no, just
You can be upset, you can be angry, you could throw shit. Just do it quietly.
Horson. And I'm gonna tell her what we learned, how to free Oscar from this thing, that he needs to die. Do you know of any way to prevent the death, or help him come back?
Diamonds work. You got any diamonds?
No, but we can buy some.
Let's see. My mom knows a spell.
But
She could teach it to you if you want.
your mom knows a spell.
Yes, of course.
Yes. I wouldn't mind communicating. How do I contact your mother?
Do not contact my mother.
look.
I
This
can
is
contact my own mother.
this is jumping ahead of a lot of things, right? That's Francis is now calmer.
You said that it has to make a connection.
Yeah.
What type of connection? Because I didn't know Ambic. I did know a little bit about Zeno.
I know about Ambic.
But
I knew him pretty well.
I've gotten to know your boy quite a bit. And
From what I know about, it's mostly mental connection.
Hold on. Well, sorry. What was that?
Buddy says, it seems like he wants to right a wrong.
I mean, that's essentially the same connection that Ambic had. He wanted to right the wrongs that happened to his people. And I'm sure that when you connect and when you know that, when you get to know that that shield, and how it works, you get that kind of knowledge that happened. That could be a wrong that is righted. I know that Ambic, when he passed, he said something about three eggs. That could be something that we need to deal with. She yawns, and
then Zeno got it, right?
Yeah.
What
he was
wrong did
close.
he want to right?
He was close to Ambic. I mean, he was there. He heard when Ambic fell about the eggs, about what had been done to his people. So, I mean, I don't know about you, but a genocide of a people is a wrong that needs to be righted.
I think it was more a matter of the fact that Zeno let Ambic down when he needed him most.
There you go.
Yep.
That's the one.
So
I think, at least.
She doesn't. She's not gonna connect that. She's just like, this is the overarching thing that she notices.
Yep.
I mean,
not to pry, but what wrong does If we're following a pattern, what wrong does your boy think he has done?
Has he let anyone down? Has he... Oh god. Genocided a people?
Francis thinks for a
Like,
moment
look
because
at you.
Good
There's
boy.
some vast differences in both of those answers, but those are
Yep.
the only things that have been done wrong.
would Francis know of anything? Actually,
You can make your own interpretations, but you can roll me a
I'll give you a bargain inspiration for
wisdom
whatever it
check.
is.
huh?
I'll give
History?
you wisdom check, and I'll give you a bardic inspiration for whatever the hell you need.
A
It's
wisdom check. So just a flat wisdom?
just a flat wisdom, because it's trying to recall anything that would trigger it.
So not history?
Because it's not a history-based thing. It's more so on your perceptions on how he felt in those moments.
Hmm.
Insight!
Wisdom.
You
So
got
that's
20
20.
wisdom. Unless you want to use the inspiration for it. 26!
Yeah, dude.
26. You needed
No
the 20.
thanks.
As you remember, he was the only lead left after the Hush incident. He tried to get the other kids away from those guards, and he wasn't strong enough. You saw very much a dark cloud on him and sadness. And then losing technically other siblings, finding out that his adoptive family lost, their mom as well. It might not be focused so much on the event, but more so on how the person feels as well.
Francis thinks for a second. It may not have anything to do with Ambic or Zeno, just the general sense that. And he looked at Buddy. What kind of intensity does he train with?
The focus of a veteran that's been through many hardships. He has this unnatural way about him with a spear. It is like he's in a trance.
And you say he is 12.
Francis, let me double check something real quick. I forget things.
Yeah,
He
it
was-
happens.
He was 12 from
He
what
was 12. He just turned 13. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he was 11. He just turned 12.
11 through 12.
Wait, no. Yeah. Yeah, no, he just turned 12.
It's uncanny. Like, I see some bodyguard veterans, something like that, but
It is a shame to see our children turn to war.
I mean, that's what it was in Newland Bay. When it was just me and them. It wasn't easy. And the one time, I went to go and, help with this adventuring thing. I left him with a guardian of mine, someone who I could trust, and something bad happened in Newland Bay. This woman started taking over, needed Cogsworth, and inadvertently kidnapped the kids, and the separation, leaving Oscar, one of the oldest of them, or among the oldest of them, to try and keep everyone together, keep everyone safe, and felt responsible for that. The skill, huh?
At least I have an idea how to begin to bond with him now.
I too shared a similar past. Not the getting my family killed. Actually, yes, I got my family killed. Not. Wow, him and I have a lot in common.
It's just nodding in the corner, like he's definitely not talking to my mother. Like,
Here's
Yeah.
like,
you were
oh, fuck.
not getting anywhere near my family.
Nope. But yeah, no, Francis will just kind of like sit there. Look, let's start with this. Akir, maybe go ahead and start sitting in with Oscar on his training. Maybe help out if you think you can. Is that okay with you, buddy?
Of course.
Huh.
Oh, him.
Oh, yeah. Don't mind the extra help. A lot of your kids are starting to jump in on the action as well, so
And you
nice
know
to
how
have
good of a trainer I am. Of course I can help him.
So you can see, I from this point on, I want you to try and see if you can't figure out if that natural talent is the shield or if it's Oscar. I think that'll tell us a lot about whether or not we can trust his opinion on the situation.
Of course. Buddy, when is the
Because
next training session?
tomorrow morning.
What time?
We usually get up at 7 a.m.
I pull out the pocket
Time is
watch and I
now.
look at it. Yeah, I saw in the pocket watch and I look at it.
It's about around midnight.
Then we best get resting. Close it.
yeah,
All
I
right.
hate to have to cut this short, Francis, but that is an excellent first step, and if we are to do it properly, a warrior must be rested.
yeah. Let's just do this as carefully as possible and cross what bridges we have to when we get there. Again, we don't go to step 2 until we figure out if Oscar can make his own decision or if one needs to be made for him.
So
It
it's
is your-
confused.
It is your child, and we will follow the steps as you deem necessary. They will not step
Thank
on your
you.
toes. I am
Yeah.
always happy to help Francis, in one way or another. I do not know if you still have things you wish to do tonight, so I will leave you with this. And I wave my hand and I cast Enhanced Ability Intelligence on you. So you have advantage on all intelligence-based checks. In case there's something you want to work on tonight, training-wise or whatnot.
Nah, there's nothing. I've already made my check for today on my gun, so.
Alright, but just leave it with you anyway because, I don't know, always helps.
Mm-hmm.
So for next hour,
And
advantage on that shit.
yep.
Good
Francis
night.
will nod to Buddy, nod to Akir, and just look to Holson with I'm sorry.
Olsen doesn't care. It takes 4 hours for her to sleep. She's like,
Yep.
she's like, this just cuts into my morning alone time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Good night,
She's
Francis.
okay. She'll live.
Yep.
She
But
just
yeah,
didn't
no,
want you to wake up Bello.
Yeah, no, Francis will let all of you go, and then he'll just wrestle with personal doubts about what needs to happen on stage 2.
Before I go, I give you the bag of gems.
Yeah. I'll put those in my bag.
Yep. And
When
then I head
Akira-
up to sleep.
Yeah, when Akira and Buddy leave, I still stay down there because I don't need to sleep that much.
Hooray for being
And I've
a
already probably got like an hour or something.
But Francis is just leaning up against the dumpster for a while, where the dent. Just kind of holding on to the bag of gems.
I'm gonna squat down and kind of make eye contact with Francis and just got a lot of problems with a lot of the kids, and it's understandable to be upset. But as they grow up, these kind of problems happen. People make decisions, people make choices that they think are best for themselves. And if they stumble, that's why we're here to fix it. So, before you go to bed tonight, if you would just take some time, sit there, and don't think about anything at all. It's going to turn your brain off. I don't know if that's possible for you, but
It'll be a stretch.
you might want to do that, or at least try. It's better than she'll look to the dumpster, making dents in dumpsters.
Francis kind of like sighs as while you're still talking to him, he starts casting mending on the dumpster.
No, don't feel bad for the dumpster. You did your damage.
No, if I don't do this now, I'll owe another. I swear she'll know this is me.
Oh. Not one little tiny dent. It's a tiny dent. Your hands aren't that big.
I have a 19 strength. That's a dent.
The Pootoot is definitely a snitch, so...
Yep.
Well...
Hey, Olsen, I know. The part that I was most angry about wasn't...
We all know.
I mean, yeah.
I could hear you screaming about it for all the way upstairs.
Shit.
Now, granted, I have a very high perception. My ears work very well, and my eyes work very well.
Yeah.
So I don't know if everybody heard, but I heard.
Yeah, well.
We might. You ever want to actually unpack that problem that you have? Let me know. Because it sounds like it's just a personal problem, not a real problem that involves everything. It sounds like you were personally affected. It sucks, of course. But, well, I don't want, Akia talking to my mother. If you want to talk to her, you can. She can help with your anger issues as well.
Anger issues, yeah. Yeah,
You know,
I have those.
You do! You have an impatience issue and you have an anger issue. And a lot of it can be helped through a bit of meditation. At least giving yourself a different coping mechanism, in a way.
Yeah, only thing that's ever really worked is keeping my hands busy. Speaking of, did you come up with an idea for that necklace you were talking about?
Of course, it's for my mother. Please make it well. And, she'll pass it to him.
Francis kind of like takes the picture, and he kind of like rotates the picture a few times. Then rotates it back.
Keep it secret, she can see things. She looks dead serious. Don't let her see it. Keep it to yourself.
Francis kind of looks around and kind of puts it into his bag.
She's got eyes everywhere.
Yeah, no, this...
She's a little paranoid.
Yep.
A little. But is it warranted? Maybe.
It's very true. You never know when she's gonna scry on you.
Yep. Francis just kind of like looks for a second. Thanks, Olsen. I appreciate it. And as we get closer to this inevitable step 2, maybe I will take some time to express more why I'm worried about it. Thank you.
You don't have to sit there and do nothing. Like because I do this. I sit there and I write and I write and I write and I write everything down that we do. That's my way of processing and keeping it to myself. So I don't punch dumpsters and throw things, looks at some crates off to the side.
Yeah, Francis just kind of like looks at that. That's not something that happens often. Not every day I'm told that one of my kids has to die in order to, maybe make his life better if that's what he wants. That was a little bit more than I was ready to hear, despite the.
Okay. Let me put it this way: are you not making the same decision? They got it from somewhere. You put your life at risk daily, working with us. You've seen 2 of my very close friends die. It's definitely something that I think about daily, but I know it comes with the job. Maybe he just wants to be like you.
I mean, you guys have earned my trust, is all. Why it makes it easy to trust everything that we do. I know you have my back. Sure, I have yours. Same thing with, Gallon and Kier's getting there. He's done a lot today for that.
He keeps talking, oh my god, we're gonna have to talk about that. But your kid just wants to be like you. Sure, he can't put guns together, do other things like that. All your kids want to be just like you, in their own way. Emily, Oscar, the others.
Yeah. I think they might need a better role model, but if it's gonna be me, I might as well be the best one for them. Huh?
Emily chose me as her role model, so they can do better. But
Nah, you're good. She needed someone like you in her life anyways. I feel that to be true. Either way, I am...
just something to keep in mind when you get flustered and upset and kind of unsure with his choices. He's just trying to be like you. He's trying to be strong, like you are for him. That's all. We all want to be like our parents.
Francis noticeably kind of like looks to you when you say that specifically, like that struck a chord.
I mean, look at me. I'd be just like my dad, but better. I'd be just like my mother, but better. My uncle and my aunt, I want to be better. I still want to be like them. I'm sure Galen has parents. I don't know. I haven't asked him. I'm sure he wants to be just like his dad, but better. Or it's just just keep it in mind.
You know what?
Sure, Kier killed his, so maybe don't think of him. But
you know what? I get what you're saying, and is there anything special you want with your necklace?
just specific cut and that specific finish on the metal. I'm fine. Have it come to you about... No. No, very simple, very... Just have it sit here, and she'll point, to the, just the center of her chest. Kind of where it, yeah, just this... where everything would fall.
Francis takes out his little notebook and makes sure to write notes. I will make sure to make it as... Huh?
She's not very complicated.
I shall do my best to make it the most immaculate, simple piece of jewelry I can, as one of the best ways I know how to say thanks.
Thank you. I'm gonna go back upstairs.
Yeah.
Don't stay awake for too long.
Can I just ask you a quick question?
What?
Everything we've been through, do you regret becoming an adventurer?
No! Not at all.
Don't even regret traveling with a grump like me?
Wow. No. So, you get along with a lot of my,
Wait, what?
You'd get along with my uncle, just
Hmm.
maybe also my mother, which is strange. But I have
Yeah.
no qualms with you. I like poking fun at you, and I like you put up with things. I couldn't do this with just anyone.
Yeah,
But
well.
who else am I going to blow iron shavings at when I want to play a
Yeah.
prank?
Well.
You're next. I've got Jenny here. You're next.
If it helps you, sure, but can you at least warn me?
Of course. You have signed
Alright.
up for it. You've got to make sure it works on the shorter people. Just as fun as the really tall men.
Alright, well. Either way. Thank you, Halson. I appreciate
Of
it.
course. Don't throw any more crates. I'm just gonna walk upstairs.
As you begin to walk upstairs, you notice that Bellows is hidden behind the wall, been listening in, with this very gentle and nice smile. And like just pats your head and continues to walk upstairs.
Don't say anything.
And that is where we're going to end for tonight.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was fun.
Where's Gallon? Nobody
Oh.
knows.
No
As
one
you
knows.